Chapter 2037, I'll come for his head another day. Chapter 2037, I'll come for his head another day. Everyone here was stunned when they saw the person in front of Yang Yi. Even the three demon kings had stopped moving. A short moment later, an extremely unsightly expression appeared on Xiao Tian's face. Because it was the demon king of Spirit Monkey Mountain who was standing before Yang Yi. It was the monkey who was covered in flames. The monkey. Yang Yi was astounded because of that. Yang Yi asked, "Weren't you repressed by them?" A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of his lips. How can a tiny minor Buddha repress me? As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Xiao Tian. As a fellow member of the demon race, I didn't want to be too ruthless, but you actually dared to try and annihilate my descendants. So, all of you can rest eternally in Thousand Miles Mountain today. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey tapped his right foot down and transformed into a string of flames that shot forward. Bang! Xiao Tian was blasted into the mountains, and countless mountains collapsed in his wake. Meanwhile, the monkey hadn't stopped at all, and he slammed his golden rod at Xiao Tian. A scene that astounded everyone here appeared. Xiao Tian couldn't even fight back before the monkey, and all he could do was suffer a beating. He was being completely beaten up. Explosions resounded incessantly from the mountains. Every single swing of the monkey's rod would cause a shrill cry to resound between the mountains. Yang Lianshuang spoke softly while standing by Yang Ye's side. "He's so strong." Yang Yi chuckled. "His strength isn't ordinary at all." Meanwhile, Earth Dragon and Grand Rock exchanged glances and intended to leave. However, the monkey suddenly appeared in front of them, and there was a smashed-up wolf corpse below his feet. Obviously, it was Xiao Tian's corpse. Earth Dragon and Grand Rock's expressions grew even gloomier from the sight of this. The monkey said, "The death of every demon king reduces my demon race's strength, and I didn't want to do this. However, all of you willingly acted as servants for the Buddhist path. Since that's the case, I have to forget about the demon race. From today onward, anyone who dares to offend my Spirit Monkey Mountain will be killed no matter the cost." The monkey vanished on the spot. Earth Dragon and Grand Rock would naturally not just stand there and wait for death to arrive, and they immediately charged at the monkey. Yang Yi shook his head. Even sages would probably be unable to kill the monkey. As for these two demon kings, they were absolutely too weak to offer any sort of resistance. Sure enough, it didn't even take 10 minutes for the monkey to kill both of them. The monkey flicked 3 pure white pearls over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. "What are these?" "Inner cores." Qiongqi spoke solemnly. "Those are treasures. If you take a single demon king's inner core to the human dimension, it will sell for an astronomical price. If you consume it yourself, your body will improve by 30 to 40% at least." He gazed at the monkey and continued. "According to the rules of the demon race, killing and taking inner cores is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the demon god hall will." The monkey said, "It's fine. They can come look for me if they can. If they do, they'll destroy demon god hall." Qiongqi shook his head and chuckled because besides this monkey, there was probably no one else in the demon race who dared to say that. Yang Yi didn't refuse and took them before he said, "Brother Monkey, since you're back, I'll be taking my leave." The monkey shook his head. "I'm leaving?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" The monkey's lips curled up slightly and a ferocious smile appeared there. "I'm going to kill all the Buddhas and monks of this world." Yang Ye's face froze. He knew that the monkey planned to fight the Buddhist path until the end. Meanwhile, the monkey glanced at the monkeys of Spirit Monkey Mountain, and he said, "Let them go with your friend. I can only rest at ease if they've left the demon dimension." He gazed at Yang Lianshuang and flicked a white jade bottle to her. "Those are some spirit pills I grabbed. If you consume them, attaining the Zen realm probably won't be a huge problem." Yang Lianshuang was overjoyed and hurriedly took it. She smiled. "Thank you for the gift." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Brother Monkey, can I have a bottle too? I'm only in the Here Dao realm." The monkey shook his head. "I've used all of them. That bottle is all the pills I've gotten bored of." Yang Ye's face darkened. "This monkey." The monkey patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Your path is unlike hers, so just let life take its course. Besides that, You kept your promise to help my spirit monkey clan, and I'll remember that. If I don't die, I'll go to the weapon path and Tao path with you, and I'll help you with the fight between paths. The monkey turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the monkey's hand and spoke seriously. Brother monkey, forget about the fight between paths for now. Can you deal with that thing which is following me? She's been following me for a long time. I don't even dare to sleep with my eyes closed now. The evil treasure. Yang Yi had naturally not forgotten it, and amongst the people he came into contact with lately, the monkey may have the highest chance to deal with it. The monkey fell silent when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "What? You can't?" The monkey shook his head slightly. "It's not ordinary. Strictly speaking, we're from the same course, so I can't act against her. Moreover, I can't destroy her either. Conversely, if I act against her, and she tries to take us down with her, then while I'll be able to survive it, you may not." Yang Yi's face fell. Meanwhile, the monkey added, "Kid, how did you offend it? After all, while there are people who can kill her, there probably are none who would be willing to act against her, because she has the support of an existence that countless experts are unwilling to offend." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I don't know how I offended it either. So, brother monkey, can you make it acknowledge someone else as its master? She's seriously way beyond my league, so ask her to look for someone else." The monkey glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the monkey said, "You don't have to worry too much. You have that thing with you, and it's one of the few things in this world that can counter her. So, you should be fine in the short term. When the time comes, you can ask your master in the Tao path for help. Once he's there, she won't dare to acknowledge you as her master, no matter what." The Tao path? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Had only ever met his master's clones, so how would he go looking for his master? The monkey patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Take care." After that, he transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi sighed softly. That evil treasure. 2 hours later, Yang Yi's group arrived deep in the mountain range. Xiongqi said, "Kid, the human dimension is just up ahead. My presence will definitely alarm the experts of the human race. So, I can't send you further." Yang Yi cupped his fist to Xiongqi. "Brother Xiongqi, thank you. Don't mention it." Xiongqi continued, "Come visit my territory if you have the time." Yang Yi replied, "Of course." Xiongqi nodded and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Lianshuang, and then he waved his right hand. Su Qingshi and the mothers appeared in front of her. Su Qingshi smiled at Yang Lianshuang. "Long time no see." Yang Lianshuang grinned and said, "Thank you for agreeing to help." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Don't worry, I'll take care of their safety." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gave a bracelet to Su Qingshi. "Keep it." The Crimson Ox was within the bracelet, and its strength was definitely comparable to a Demon King. It was one of the reasons he was confident in being able to face 2 Demon Kings earlier. Su Qingshi didn't refuse it and said, "Be careful on your trip to the weapon path." Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry. Even if it's not for myself, I'll be careful for all of you." Su Qingshi hugged Yang Yi lightly. She was still quite worried. Yang Yi bade farewell to all of them. In the end, he watched as they vanished along with the demon beasts of Spirit Monkey Mountain. Once all of them left, Yang Yi took a deep breath, shook his head, and smiled. He was reluctant. Now, he finally understood why his sword was inferior to the unfettered one. The unfettered one could give up everything, but he was reluctant to give up so many things. If one could give up everything, one would have no ties, and one's sword Tao would be at its purest state. So, it was naturally at its strongest too. But Yang Yi didn't just have the sword in his life. He had his loved ones, friends, and brothers. All of them were people he couldn't give up. A long time passed before Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, shook his head, and smiled. If life is lived solely for the sword, wouldn't it be boring? Without emotion? With emotion? I, Yang Yi, choose to keep my emotions. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. However, had only just arrived in the sky when a middle-aged man obstructed his path. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi nodded and admitted it. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. You're really brave. You actually dared to return to the human dimension. All right, it's the perfect opportunity to deal with you and see the sovereign of man too. A sword howl resounded, and the middle-aged man's arm flew up into the air. An instant later, a ray of light vanished into the sky. At the same time, a voice drifted down from there. Go tell the sovereign of man to clean his neck. He'll come back another day for his head. Chapter 2038, Just Fight. Chapter 2038, Just Fight. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. A single attack. Yang Yi had taken his arm with a single attack, and he hadn't even been able to react. The gap in their strength was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. The middle-aged man shook his head and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds on his sword. The weapon path. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds according to the map given to him by the middle-aged man from the weapon path. The clouds were torn open in his wake, and if one looked from the ground, it would seem like someone had torn open a hole in the sky. The weapon path belonged to the large universe too, but it was in its own small universe. It wasn't just the weapon path which existed like that. All other powers that possessed sufficient strength would always reside in their own independent universe. However, these smaller universes were still within the vast borders of the large universe. After flying for around 3 days, Yang Yi stopped. At this moment, he was in an expanse of outer space, and stars filled his field of vision. The vast universe. A huge black vortex stood before Yang Yi, and there was a huge sword in front of it. The sword was there right in front of the black vortex, like it was protecting the vortex. Yang Yi walked over and noticed a string of words inscribed on the sword. Those who aren't members of the weapon path trespass at their own risk. At their own risk? Yang Yi shook his head. How overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that entered the black vortex. Once he passed through the vortex, a new world appeared before him. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings while in a slight daze. This world wasn't any different from the outside world. It was the same blue sky and white clouds. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man's eyes were like a hawk, small and sharp, and there was a trace of gloominess in them. It felt like he was a vicious and vile person. The old man said, "Young martial uncle asked me to get you." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "Young martial uncle?" The old man explained indifferently. "The person who gave you the weapon seal. He asked me to wait for you here. Come with me." The old man turned around and walked away. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and followed him. On the way, the old man said, "This place is called the weapon dimension. The weapon dimension is linked to the large universe but isolated. If outsiders aren't authorized by my weapon path, then they can't enter at all. There are 6 lines in the weapon path, and they respectively reside in the north, south, east, west, and center of the weapon dimension." "What about the last line?" asked Yang Yi, because the old man had only listed 5 places. The old man glanced upwards. "Up there?" Yang Yi nodded and gazed at the old man. The old man continued, "Our slaughter line is situated in the south. According to the theory of the 5-element stars, the south represents slaughter." The old man stopped and pointed towards the distance. "Over there." Yang Yi looked up. There was a huge mountain floating upside down over there. The bottom of the mountain had been sliced off, and it was like a top floating around 300 m above the ground. It looked very imposing. Gracious mountain. Meanwhile, the old man explained, "The main mountain of the slaughter line. Now, it's yours." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "Mine?" The old man nodded. "Yours? However, the precondition is that you can keep it that way." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, you're not from the slaughter line?" The old man shook his head. "No, I just do odd jobs and light fires for the slaughter line. In the future, only the 2 of us will be here. They'll be in charge of cooking, and you're in charge of the rest." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about the young martial uncle?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "If you meet him, tell him that I accept the fact that he tricked me and got me into this. But if the weapon path bullies me..." For example, if the weapon immortal or any other sage tries to kill me, and he doesn't help, then I'm going to run. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It's too late to run now." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The old man replied indifferently, "As soon as you arrived, all the other lines knew of your presence. Now, fleeing will only lead to your death. Even if you escape, your troubles will be endless." Yang Yi's face fell. "I think that young martial uncle of yours is quite wicked." Not only did the old man not get angry, he nodded and said, "Indeed." Yang Yi felt speechless. "Let's go." The old man was at the foot of the mountain when he finished speaking. Yang Yi shook his head and hurried after the old man. At the top of Gracious Mountain, a huge square was in front of Yang Yi. It was made from limestone, and it was extremely huge. It was over 10 kilometers wide, and there was a huge stone statue at its center. It was a statue of a middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man had a sword hanging by his waist. He was looking ahead with an extremely sharp gaze. "The first seal master of my slaughter line," the old man explained. "He perished years ago during the war with the god race." The god race? Yang Yi glanced at the old man and looked off into the distance. There was a huge palace behind the square, and there were 2 more behind the first one. They were elevated like stairs, so he could see all of them with a single glance. All 3 of them were extremely luxurious and imposing. Especially the last one. It was at the top, and there were 2 huge flying dragons on it. Of course, they weren't real dragons, and they were carved from unknown rock. The old man led Yang Yi forward, and it didn't take long for them to arrive before the first palace. It was completely empty and quiet. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed numerous meditation cushions here. There were around 100 of them. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The Meditation Palace. The old man explained. The slaughter line focuses on slaughter, so everyone has fierce slaughter intent, and if it's too fierce, it may corrode our minds. So, the disciples of the slaughter line must spend 4 hours meditating every day to neutralize their desire to kill. He suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "How do you usually neutralize your desire to kill?" "Neutralize?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't." The old man was puzzled. "Huh?" Yang Yi explained. "Why neutralize it? If you have the desire to kill, then release it. It'll be gone once you release it, right?" The old man replied. "Releasing it represents killing someone." Yang Yi replied. "If you have the desire to kill, it represents that someone has aroused my desire to kill. Since that has happened, I naturally have to kill, right?" The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "That does sound right." He walked out of the palace once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and followed the old man. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the second palace. "This is the Weapon Palace." The old man spoke while standing at the entrance. "It's where the slaughter line stores all its treasures." Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he was about to walk in. But the old man suddenly said, "Don't get happy. The other 5 lines have plundered everything in there. There's nothing left in there." Yang Yi felt speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi said, "I don't understand something. Why is the weapon path engaging in internal strife? Why did the prediction line attack the slaughter line? Why did the other 4 lines stand by idly when that happened?" Yang Yi had asked all the questions he had in his heart. Since he had been swept into the internal strife of the weapon path, he naturally had to get to the bottom of many things. Otherwise, he would die before he even knew what hit him. The old man fell silent. Yang Yi had no intention to give up and just stared at the old man. A long time passed before the old man said, "Young martial uncle will tell you the answer when the time comes. Moreover, it's pointless for you to know right now. All you have to do now is think about how to survive." "Huh?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The old man said, "Do you think the prediction line will let the slaughter line rise up again? They can't do anything to young martial uncle, but what about you? They can do something about you. So, you have to be thinking about how to survive until you participate in the weapon paths competition." He turned around and walked off. "Only people with value will be paid attention to, and you have to prove your worth. You'll only be safer once you've proven your worth. Because at that time, Young martial uncle won't allow anyone to play dirty tricks, and if the value you reveal is sufficiently high, then young martial uncle won't be the only one who protects you. Even the ancestor of our weapon path won't let anyone play any dirty tricks. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What if I can't prove my worth?" The old man stopped and said, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the weapon palace and his voice came from outside. "Come, it'll take you to the last palace." Yang Yi shook his head. "This is a really deep hole. However, if you want to trap me, then don't blame me for doing as I please." As soon as Yang Yi walked outside, the old man appeared in front of him again. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man said, "Deal with the problem in front of us first." Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? Meanwhile, he suddenly looked up at the square, and loud laughter suddenly resounded from there. "I heard the slaughter line has a new seal master. Come, come, let me have a look and see what kind of trash you are. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ha ha ha. The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi chuckled. "The weapon path? Who am I afraid of? Let's just fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2039. Killed someone. Chapter 2039. Killed someone. A young man was standing at the center of the square on Gracious Mountain. He wore a luxurious cloud-white robe, had his hands behind his back, and an indescribable smile. A spear floated by his side. Suddenly, the young man looked up, and a ray of light shot down. An instant later, a young man in green clothes appeared in front of him. It was Yang Yi, of course. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're OM." Suddenly, a ray of sword energy tore through the air, and the man's voice stopped abruptly. The young man's reaction was extremely quick, and his spear had stabbed forward before the sword energy could arrive in front of him. Bang! The sword energy was blasted apart. The young man stared at Yang Yi. "You, what?" Yang Yi interrupted the young man. "I'm not interested in wasting my breath on you. If you don't like it, just fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light. Bang! The ray of light arrived in front of the young man before he could even react, and the powerful sword energy within it made the young man instinctively move backwards. Moreover, when he sensed how sharp and fierce Yang Yi's sword energy was, the young man finally revealed a wisp of solemnness. He had an extremely solemn expression. The young man tightened his grip on the spear while his profound energy surged madly. In the end, he took it in both hands and swung it. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then the young man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. However, as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared before him. At the same time, a sword descended upon him. The young man instinctively put up a defense. Bang! He was blasted away again. Suddenly, a sword floated above Yang Yi's palm, and then it vanished. A sword howl resounded, and the young man's head flew up into the air while his figure was still flying backwards. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Yang Yi's figure descended by the young man's corpse, and then he looked up at the sky. "I'm telling all of you, Gracious Mountain is my territory from now on, and this is what'll happen to anyone who trespasses." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. However, Head stopped after taking just a few steps, and he looked up at the sky again. "I forgot one more thing. From today onward, I accept the challenges of anyone from the other 5 lines. But I only accept challenges where life and death are decided." Yang Yi vanished once he finished speaking. The surroundings remained silent. Yang Yi went to the last palace. There was a completely different world inside it. It was like a huge palace with many rooms, and all of them were very spacious. It was like a royal palace of the mortal world. Meanwhile, the old man appeared beside Yang Yi and said, "This is the main hall on Gracious Mountain. Only the Seal Master and some elders may enter. That area on the right is Gracious Hall, It's the residence of the seal master. Now, it belongs to you. Yang Yi nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. Killing someone isn't a problem, right? The old man shook his head slightly. It isn't. However, you may have even more trouble. He glanced at Yang Yi and continued. Stopping killing with killing is a good idea, but this is the weapon path. People who are afraid of death can't become outstanding geniuses of the weapon path. Your domineering display will only infuriate them, or I should say that it will arouse their will to fight. Yang Yi shrugged. It's fine. In any case, I haven't killed to my heart's content for a long time. To be honest, I haven't improved my slaughter intent in a long time, so I feel quite bad about that. Yang Yi walked into Gracious Hall once he finished speaking. The old man fell silent for a long time, and then he spoke softly. Young martial uncle is really quite good at choosing them. However, this fellow is probably going to throw the weapon path into chaos. He laughed with self-ridicule at this point. The weapon path will never fall into chaos while those people are present. Yang Yi's deeds on Gracious Mountain swiftly swept through the entire weapon dimension. The slaughter line had a new seal master. That was the news that everyone in the weapon path obtained. The slaughter line. If it wasn't for Yang Yi's arrival, they may have forgotten about the slaughter line. After all, it hadn't existed for many years. However, the entire weapon dimension didn't have a good impression of the new seal master. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Prediction Mountain. Prediction Mountain was the main mountain of the prediction line, and it was in the north. It just happened to be facing Gracious Mountain from afar. At this moment, clamorous noise filled the prediction line because that young man whom Yang Yi killed was from the prediction line, and the prediction line and slaughter line had always been enemies. Now that the slaughter line had a new seal master, and had even killed a member of the prediction line, how could they just tolerate it? A group of experts snuck off to Gracious Mountain without the knowledge of the prediction line's higher-ups, and it didn't take them long to arrive at the foot of Gracious Mountain. They were led by a man in white robes. There were around 10 people behind him, and all of them weren't weak. The weakest amongst them was at the Sea Dao realm, and the white-robed man's cultivation was impossible to discern. The man looked up at Gracious Mountain, and a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corner of his mouth. The new seal master of the slaughter line? How laughable. A young man by his side spoke in a low voice. Brother Li Zhan, we can't be careless. He was selected by our young martial uncle, so there's definitely something extraordinary about him. So, I think that we can't act carelessly. The white-robed man, Li Zhan, chuckled. Of course, even if I looked down on that fellow, Yang Yi, I wouldn't look down on our young martial uncle. Come on, let's go meet the new seal master. They vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In Gracious Hall, Yang Yi was seated cross-legged, and his mind was immersed within his body. He was perfecting his body, head fully merged with the Sky Dragon. At this moment, he could use some of the Sky Dragon's special abilities. However, he had to train incessantly to bring forth its true strength. Now that head merged with the Sky Dragon, ordinary Zen realm experts were nothing to him. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and vanished on the spot. At the square, Yang Yi has asked the old man about it, and it was a training ground that the disciples of the slaughter line used to cultivate and spar. There was a huge formation beneath the square, and the limestone was actually made from special materials found deep in space. Coupled with the formation, experts below the Sage Realm would find it absolutely difficult to damage the square. Once he heard that those below the Sage Realm couldn't harm it, Yang Yi had almost started moving them into the primordial pagoda. However, he didn't do that in the end, because the old man said that it was mainly the contribution of the formation below the square. The old man spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. So, you don't have to worry about damaging the training grounds. Just fight as you wish. The old man turned around and left once he finished speaking. Li Zhan's group were not too far ahead of Yang Yi, and they were sizing him up. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he started walking in their direction. Looks like some people don't take my words seriously. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Yang Yi's face. That's fine. You'll slowly start to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and the training grounds trembled as Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Head just attacked right away. Li Jun and the others were quite stunned. They hadn't even said anything, but Yang Yi already attacked upon seeing them. They felt that he was absolutely arrogant for doing this. Li Jun's face became quite ferocious as well. A moment later, he formed a strange seal before his chest, and then blue blades surged out from him. There were a huge number of them, and they instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Hiss, 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 hiss. Sharp sounds of something being torn apart resounded throughout the training grounds. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the blades and instantly arrived in front of Li Jun. Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately slapped his palm down. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back. A wisp of ridicule curled on the corners of Li Jun's mouth. Is that, however? Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and then afterimages of Yang Yi filled a huge area. Shadow Sword. In an instant, the area was enveloped in countless rays of light. The others were astounded and shot backwards. They stared solemnly at the battlefield without blinking. A long time passed before a man walked out slowly from the area. He waved his right hand lightly, and the light instantly vanished. The man was Yang Yi. The faces of the others fell when they saw Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi turned around, and there was a corpse behind him. He grabbed it by the hair and dragged it forward with him. As he walked, Yang Yi spoke to the others. I don't know anything about the internal enmity of the weapon path. All I want to say is Gracious Mountain is my territory now, and I make the decisions here. So, from this moment onward, I'll kill anyone who trespasses into my territory. Such arrogance. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. A Zen realm expert. Yang Yi looked up, and then he placed his hand against his forehead. It only took a moment for a black sword to be drawn out. An instant later, a ray of light shot up into the sky. How dare you? A furious shout resounded in the sky, but it didn't take long for a shrill cry to resound. A short moment later, a bloody head fell down from the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2040 Are You Afraid? Chapter 2040 Are You Afraid? Thud. The head slammed against the ground and exploded into pieces. In an instant, the surroundings fell extremely silent. The others in front of Yang Yi had turned quite pale. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so terrifying. Not only had he killed Li Jun in a short while, even an elder of their prediction line had been killed in an instant. That elder was a Zen realm expert. Head instantly killed a Zen realm expert. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Their expressions changed drastically at the sight of this. They didn't counterattack, and they just turned around and instantly fled out of Gracious Mountain. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he shook his head and left. He didn't chase them because it was a waste of time. After Yang Yi left, the old man appeared here again. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, and then he shook his head and followed Yang Yi. Gracious Hall. As soon as the old man entered Gracious Hall, Yang Yi's voice resounded, "Senior, what's your name?" The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I dare not allow you to call me Senior. Just call me Elder Yuan." Yang Yi nodded. "Elder Yuan, I want to meet that young martial uncle." Elder Yuan said, "It isn't that he refuses to meet you. He's just not in the weapon dimension right now. But don't worry, he left a warning before leaving. If anyone here dares to bully you, then hell do the same once he returns, and hell annihilate all the geniuses of that line. So, you don't have to worry about those old fellows acting against you." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not worried about that. I just want to know what his goal is. I don't think he just wants to rebuild the slaughter line, right?" The old man fell silent. Yang Yi stood up. "If you meet him, tell him that since I owe him, I'll naturally repay him. But I don't like being used." Elder Yuan nodded. "I understand." He paused for a moment and continued, "I don't really understand something. Why did you act so ruthlessly?" Ruthlessly. Yang Yi's actions were undoubtedly extremely ruthless. Yang Yi replied indifferently, "Since I came into contact with the weapon path, I knew that many don't want the slaughter line to rise one more. They include those people from before. If I gave them a chance after they came here, do you think they would let me live? Even if they did, it would probably be worse than death. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Since they want to kill me, why can't I kill them? As for being ruthless, Elder Yuan, allow me to be honest. If the slaughter line was ruthless enough all those years ago, it probably wouldn't have suffered annihilation. Elder Yuan's face instantly turned quite gloomy. Obviously, Yang Yi had hit a soft spot for him. However, it didn't take long for his expression to return to normal. A long time passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. You're absolutely correct. If the last seal master was even half as ruthless as you are, then the slaughter line wouldn't have fallen to such a state. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. His figure seemed quite dejected. Yang Yi glanced at Elder Yuan, withdrew his gaze, and entered the primordial pagoda. As soon as he arrived in the pagoda, Snowy and Tianxiu appeared in front of him, and each of them was holding a steamed bun. Snowy hurriedly offered her steamed bun to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at it. There was a small hole in the corner of it. Obviously, Snowy had taken that bite. Yang Yi smiled, rubbed her head, and said, "You have it." Snowy didn't hold back and started nibbling. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu, and she stretched out her hand. There was a bun on her palm. Yang Yi smiled. "Both of you enjoy. I'm going to do some things." Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at Tianxiu. The latter spoke softly, "Snowy, let's go play." Snowy's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly nodded. At the second floor of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went to the divining flame. The divining flame asked, "You want to ask me about that little girl?" Yang Yi nodded. Tianxiu was definitely not ordinary. As far as he was concerned, the divining flame should know something. The divining flame fell silent for a long time before he said, "That little girl was able to make the spirit of the pagoda display goodwill. So her background is something even I am very curious about." Yang Yi frowned. "Senior, even you don't know?" The divining flame replied, "Let me ask you something. How was the universe formed?" Yang Yi was speechless. How would he know the answer to that? The divining flame said, "Before the human race and all the other races, it was the God race. They are a race that existed for a very long time, and they existed before the human race and the other races. However, do you know what came before the God race? Another civilization definitely existed before the God race, and I'm sure of that." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Senior, what are you trying to say?" The divining flame said, "She isn't ordinary. I've taken a look at her physique, and it doesn't seem like the physique of any known race. Especially her soul. Her soul is so pure that it's simply at a terrifying level. Moreover, her cells are very different from humans." When he spoke up to this point, the divining flame paused for a moment and continued. "In the beginning, the pagoda's spirit was hostile towards her, and it was because it sensed danger from her. There really aren't many people in this world that can make the pagoda sense danger. Even that evil treasure can't make the pagoda feel threatened, let alone make the pagoda's spirit show goodwill." Yang Yi fell silent. He knew the pagoda's temper well. It was an absolutely proud fellow, but Tianxiu had made the pagoda show goodwill to her. So what did that represent? Just thinking about it was terrifying. "Actually, you don't have to worry," the divining flame explained. "She doesn't seem to be a bad person. So, getting to know her and forming goodwill with her isn't a bad thing for you. Moreover, it's a good thing." Yang Yi smiled. "I didn't think so much about it. I only saved her because I wanted to help. I never expected her background to be so mysterious and great." The divining flame said, "You have a sincere heart, and you never care about benefits. You just care about following your heart. It can be said that your heart played a huge role in your ability to attain such a level in your sword Dao." Yang Yi grinned and was about to speak when the divining flame said, "However, there's a disadvantage too. It's easy for you to offend others and create enmity. However, it's normal. Nothing has ever been perfect in the world." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "All of that isn't something I should be thinking about. I should be thinking about how to survive. The true danger has only just begun." Meanwhile, the divining flame suddenly said, don't forget that there's the Tao path too. The Tao path? Yang Yi laughed bitterly and left the second floor. Cultivate. After he went to the third floor, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started meditating. A long time passed before his aura calmed down, and then he opened his eyes. He flipped his right palm, and two pure white pearls appeared before him. Inner cores. The inner cores of two demon kings. Yang Yi swallowed one of them. As soon as it entered him, a torrent of surging spirit energy swept through his body. Yang Yi's body instantly started absorbing it madly, and as more and more was absorbed, Yang Yi's aura gradually started to change. It wasn't just his aura that was changing, even his body was silently being changed. The inner core of a demon king was the essence of a demon king that was condensed throughout the demon king's lifetime, and the energy within it was simply immeasurable. So, Yang Yi was caught off guard by it, and had almost failed to endure the impact from it. Fortunately, he hadn't been overconfident and had merely consumed one of them. Time trickled by. The space around Yang Yi started to tremble slightly, and Yang Yi's body started to tremble as well. However, it was very mild, and it was almost unnoticeable if one didn't look carefully. Time flowed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and stood up. Bang! The space around him shook. Yang Yi took a deep breath and stepped forward. Boom! The space around him trembled. Yang Yi was stunned. An instant later, Yang Yi casually waved his hand, and the space there warped before him. Yang Yi was utterly stunned by the sight of this, but it didn't take long for delight to appear on his face. Strength. His strength had increased tremendously. It was so strong that he couldn't control it properly. Of course, that was only temporary. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and he couldn't help but smile. Based on his current physical strength, he was entirely capable of posing a huge threat to a Zen realm expert. Even if he didn't use his sword and used his fist, he could kill a Zen realm expert. Besides that, Head scanned his body, and based on its current state, if he used the Sky Dragon as well, then an ordinary Zen realm expert would probably be unable to kill him even if he just stood still. Yang Yi glanced at the other inner core in his grasp, but he didn't consume it. Because if he did, its effects wouldn't be that great anymore. His body was at a bottleneck, so consuming it would be quite a waste. After that, Yang Yi started getting used to his new strength. 3 days later, Yang Yi suddenly left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi walked out of the hall, and Elder Yuan was there. Elder Yuan flicked a golden card to Yang Yi. The guardian line sent this invitation to participate in a gathering of theirs. He paused for a moment and added, "I suggest that you attend." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Since you're chosen to make a show of strength, then don't stop doing it." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I'm sure you're aware that something bad will definitely occur if I go." The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Are you afraid?" Yang Yi refused to show any weakness and met the old man's gaze. "I'm afraid it'll annihilate all the geniuses of the weapon path. Once I go berserk, I even try to kill myself." Chapter 2041 A Thousandfold. Chapter 2041 A Thousandfold. The old man couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi when he heard this. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He took the card, glanced at it, and said, "Tell me about the Guardian Line." The old man nodded. The Guardian Line is a huge line in our weapon path, and its duty is to guard the weapon path. They're quite close to the prediction line. If they hadn't just stood by idly, our slaughter line wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding when he heard this. Just as the old man had said, the Guardian Line clearly didn't have good intentions when it gave him this invitation. Meanwhile, the old man added, "You must be careful of a person when you go there. His name is Nye Yuan. He's the personal disciple of the Guardian Line Seal Master. While he's part of the younger generation as well, he's at the Minor Zen realm. So, you must be careful." The Minor Zen realm? Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "What's that?" Elder Yuan explained. The Zen realm is divided into the Minor Zen realm, Major Zen realm, and Half-Step Sage realm. Based on your strength, ordinary Zen realm experts are probably not a match for you. However, you must be careful of the Major Zen realm, and you must not be careless against them. As for half-step Sage Realm experts, you can't rival the strength of such experts right now. The half-step Sage Realm. Yang Yi nodded. He knew that the masked old man who stayed by Ji Yu's side was probably a half-step Sage Realm expert, and that old man felt unfathomable to him. As for the Sage Realm, Elder Yuan continued, you probably don't have the strength to fight back against such experts right now. But don't worry, experts at that level will not act against you in the weapon dimension. So, you have to worry about half-step Sage Realm experts. Yang Yi frowned. Elder Yuan, if a half-step Sage Realm expert attacks me, it's considered bullying, right? Elder Yuan shook his head. It depends on the circumstances. If even a major Zen Realm expert can't harm you, then they will definitely send half-step Sage Realm experts. In short, you have to be mentally prepared for the possibility. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, do I have anyone to rely on? Yes. Elder Yuan was very certain. Yang Yi asked, who? That young martial uncle? Elder Yuan replied, he's one of them. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. What about another? Is it you? Elder Yuan replied indifferently, you must be dreaming. I haven't fought in many years. Actually, strictly speaking, that other person may not be someone you can rely on. Unless you can make that person think that the slaughter line has a future and hope. Only then will that person disregard everything and help you. Yang Yi shook his head. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. Elder Yuan nodded. Indeed. Yang Yi didn't say another word. He just left with the invitation. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan looked down, and nobody knew what he was thinking. In the sky above Gracious Mountain, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished into the sky. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he had no way out, and he could only take this path to its end. However, he wasn't one to just suffer. How could he possibly work without receiving any payment? Guardian Mountain. Yang Yi could see Guardian Mountain from far away. It was a huge mountain. It wasn't floating in the air like Gracious Mountain, and it was on the ground. The entire mountain was square and very neat. Flying swords were frequently flashing around it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he transformed into a ray of light that arrived at the foot of Guardian Mountain. As soon as he arrived there, a young man around the age of 20 appeared before Yang Yi. The young man shouted, name yourself. Yang Yi flicked a golden card to the young man. The latter glanced at it, and then his expression changed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi. You are the new seal master of the slaughter line? Yang Yi nodded. The young man sized up Yang Yi carefully and ridiculed. A mere Here Dao realm can be a seal master? TSK. The slaughter line seems to be... Suddenly, his voice stopped because a hand had wrapped around his throat. The young man's face instantly turned pale. Yang Yi raised the young man off the guard. Am I worthy now? The young man stared at Yang Yi and didn't really seem capable of speaking. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded. Yang Yi looked towards the source of the voice. A young man with a sword was glaring at him from not too far away. Yang Yi ignored the young man and looked at the young man in his grasp. I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? The young man stared at him. Obviously, he was confident that he would be safe. Or perhaps, he wasn't afraid of his own safety. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded. The young man wasn't dead, but his entire body had stiffened. Yang Yi had controlled his strength, so while the young man hadn't died in an instant, he was on the verge of it. Yang Yi just had to use a little bit of strength, just a little bit, and the young man would die. The young man with the sword had a gloomy expression on his face, and then his sword moved. He was about to attack when a woman in a white dress who seemed to be around the age of 20 suddenly appeared in front of him. She spoke indifferently. Stand down. The young man spoke gloomily. Senior Sister Mou, please permit me to attack and kill him. Suddenly, Mou gazed at the young man. I told you to stand down. Didn't you hear me? The young man with the sword's expression changed slightly when he noticed that she was slightly furious. He didn't dare to say anything else and just nodded before moving aside. However, his gaze was still fixed on Yang Yi. Mou gazed at Yang Yi. You're a seal master at any rate. Isn't it quite beneath you to make a fuss about things with them? Yang Yi smiled. You're right. Yang Yi immediately released the young man once he finished speaking. The young man immediately started coughing violently, but all he coughed out was blood. Yang Yi walked over to Imoyu. Suddenly, the young man looked up at Yang Yi. "They'll definitely repay you 1,000-fold for this humiliation." A ray of light flashed. Hiss! The young man's head flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. Thud! The young man's head fell to the ground, and his eyes were opened wide. There was disbelief in them because even until the moment he died, he didn't believe that Yang Yi would dare to kill him here. It was exactly because he thought Yang Yi wouldn't dare to kill him that Head dared to threaten Yang Yi. He wanted to make himself seem a little courageous, but he hadn't expected that instead of making a show of strength, all it had done was take his life. He died with everlasting regret. The young man's eyes were wide open even after he was dead. Meanwhile, the woman, Imoyu, just gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi walked slowly over to Imoyu and said, "You want to attack me?" Imoyu nodded slightly. "I do." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. "So long as you dare to attack, I guarantee that your head will definitely drop to your feet. I guarantee it." Imoyu's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent surged within them. Suddenly, roaring laughter came from the side. "So it's Brother Yang." Yang Yi turned to look, and a young man in a luxurious robe appeared there. The young man seemed to be over the age of 20, but he had a small goatee, and it made him seem a little more mature. The young man walked swiftly over to Yang Yi and smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. The guardian line's Su Lang. I was the one who sent you the invitation. Come, let's talk up the mountain." Suddenly, the young man with the sword spoke. "He killed someone just now." Su Lang chuckled. "That's not a big deal at all. I kill every day. It's nothing." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Brother Yang, come with me. Let me introduce the other geniuses of my weapon path to you." Yang Yi glanced at Su Lang and smiled. "Perfect." As soon as he finished speaking, they started walking up the mountain. They chatted happily as they traveled, and they seemed like a pair of friends who hadn't met for many years. Meanwhile, the young man with the sword spoke angrily. "What does he mean by that? Yang Yi openly killed one of us, but senior brother Su intends to turn a blind eye?" Imoyu glanced at the young man. "You're really lacking in the brain department." The young man's face was quite unsightly. "What are you trying to say?" Imoyu combed her hair behind her ear and spoke softly. "He's someone that young martial uncle of ours selected, and he chose him to rebuild the slaughter line. Or perhaps it's to fight the prediction line. It can be said that it's something between them and the prediction line. If we attack and kill him, the prediction line will definitely be overjoyed, because they won't have to worry about young martial uncle looking for trouble with them. At that time, if young martial uncle wants to avenge him, then tell me, besides our ancestor, can anyone else in our weapon path stop him from doing as he pleases?" The young man fell silent. Imoyu continued, "However, senior brother Su Lang will definitely not make it easy for him. Even the prediction line has to give our guardian line some face. Who does Yang Yi think he is? He'll pay for killing someone here. Let's just wait and see." As soon as she finished speaking, Imoyu turned around and vanished on the spot. The young man glanced at the corpse and shook his head. "You would still be alive if you knew what not to say. But this is good too. If you didn't step forward to do it, I may have been the one to die. Rest in peace." The young man turned around and left once he finished speaking. Chapter 2042. My hobby is fighting. Chapter 2042. My hobby is fighting. At the peak of Guardian Mountain, a huge ancient city stood before Yang Yi. It was huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. Guardian Spirit City. Su Lang smiled and explained, "Our ancestor used to live in this city." Ancestor. Yang Yi knew that Su Lang was probably talking about the weapon progenitor. Su Lang continued, "Ancestor left Guardian Spirit City after he attained the Tao. However, he personally placed a sword formation here before leaving. Supposedly, it can kill sages with ease." Yang Yi asked, "He's a sword cultivator?" Su Lang replied, "Half a sword cultivator. Most of the members of our weapon path cultivate the sword, and the biggest reason for that is because our ancestor uses the sword too." He sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're a pure sword cultivator, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Su Lang smiled. This is great. After all, the people we're meeting later are all sword cultivators. I hope Brother Yang will provide us with guidance. Yang Yi glanced at Su Lang and didn't say anything. It didn't take long for them to enter the city and arrive before a hall. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw 3 words inscribed in elegant font, Guardian Spirit Hall. Su Lang smiled. Brother Yang, please come in. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to walk towards Guardian Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Su Lang glanced at Yang Yi from behind, and a smile that carried hidden meaning curled up on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi entered Guardian Spirit Hall. At this moment, there were around 10 people here. As soon as he entered, all of them immediately gazed at him. Everyone. Suddenly, Su Lang appeared beside Yang Yi. Allow me to introduce the new seal master of the slaughter line, Yang Yi. Yang Yi. It was a name that was renowned throughout the weapon dimension. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a man walked over towards Yang Yi and sized up Yang Yi. After that, he grinned. Nice to meet you. Su Lang introduced the man. This is Brother Nanji from the Merge Line. The Merge Line? Yang Yi glanced at the man. He noticed that the man's smile didn't seem fake, so he nodded. Nice to meet you. Come, allow me to introduce the others to you. Su Lang smiled as he led Yang Yi to the center of the hall. Meanwhile, the others showed no sign of greeting Yang Yi, and they just gazed indifferently at him. Moreover, one of them looked at Yang Yi in a different way than the others. There was the desire to kill. Yang Yi sensed the desire to kill, so his gaze descended on that person. It was a man who was below the age of 30. He wore a loose robe, and his hands were hidden beneath his wide sleeves. Meanwhile, Su Lang smiled. Brother Yang, that's the prediction line's Brother Gung Chiu. Brothers Yang, I know that there's enmity between you and the prediction line, but everyone has to put down their enmity here. Consider it as giving me face. Gung Chiu moved his gaze away from Yang Yi and gazed at Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, let's just get straight to it. Su Lang nodded. He glanced at the surroundings and said, I presume all of you've realized that everyone I invited has something in common. We're all sword cultivators. Sword cultivators. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He hadn't paid attention earlier, but now he realized that it was just as Su Lang had said. Everyone here was a sword cultivator. Yang Yi gazed at Su Lang. Why did this fellow invite all these sword cultivators here? Everyone gazed at Su Lang. Su Lang smiled. Actually, I wasn't the one who decided to invite all of you here. It was the seal master of my guardian line. However, he's quite busy, so I had to help him entertain all of you. Meanwhile, someone said, Get to the point. Su Lang nodded and said, The disciples of my guardian line found a mountain wall at the back of Guardian Mountain, and there's a mark there from a sword. Our seal master examined it and determined that it was left behind by our ancestor, so it may contain an extremely powerful sword technique. All of their eyes burned with desire when they heard this. The weapon progenitor. He was one of the few top existences in the large universe, so how could a sword technique he left behind be anything ordinary? Su Lang continued, I'm sure you're all wondering why my guardian line would make this public, right? He smiled and continued, It isn't because we're generous. It's because our ancestor once said that all 6 lines can learn and obtain anything he once left behind. Moreover, my guardian line can't decipher it. So, we had to invite all of you to work together with us and see if we can uncover its secrets. Its secrets? Yang Yi glanced at Su Lang. He felt that Su Lang didn't seem to be lying. Meanwhile, Su Lang added, However, while it was left behind by our ancestor, it's in my guardian line's territory. So, if anyone is able to comprehend it, you must give my guardian line a copy of it. What do all of you think? They naturally had no objections towards his conditions, because if the guardian line refused to let them view it, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Once he saw that no one had any objections, Su Lang gazed at Yang Yi. What about you, Brother Yang? Yang Yi replied, I have no objections, of course. Su Lang smiled. Great. Please rest for a while. They'll take all of you there in 2 hours. Su Lang left once he finished speaking. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi ignored everyone and sat down by himself. Suddenly, a young man walked over to him and smiled. This is my spot. Yang Yi glanced at the young man, and then he walked over to the side. He was about to sit when the young man suddenly said, "Sorry, this is my spot too." Yang Yi chuckled, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The young man's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Yi vanish, but he didn't panic. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and a figure was blasted backwards. It wasn't the young man but Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop. He glanced at his fist, and there were a few obvious bloody holes on it. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw that the young man had put on gloves which were covered in sharp spikes. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The gloves were pitch black, and faint silver light flickered on them, especially the sharp spikes on them. Just the sight of those spikes sent a chill down one's spine. They were at least at the sage rank. Ordinary experts couldn't pierce the defenses of Yang Yi's current body at all, and the man's strength wasn't sufficient to pierce his defenses either. Obviously, it was because of the gloves. Meanwhile, a wisp of solemnness appeared in the young man's eyes. Had taken Yang Yi by surprise, so he thought that even if he couldn't kill Yang Yi, he could heavily injure Yang Yi. But he hadn't expected to merely make a few holes in Yang Yi's fist. He didn't dare to act carelessly. That was what the young man thought right now. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's profound energy circulated, and it didn't take long for the injury on his fist to vanish. A moment later, his figure appeared before the young man. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth, and he slammed his fist forward. However, a sword had appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi's sword stabbed forward. It wasn't aimed at the young man's fist, and it was shooting towards the young man's throat instead. The sword was longer than an arm, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was much faster than the young man. So if the young man didn't stop to defend himself, then he would definitely lose his life. The young man didn't risk it, and he hurriedly pulled his fists back. However, right when he pulled his fists back, a smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. An instant later, rays of light enveloped the young man. He was pushed back repeatedly. In an instant, Yang Yi had pushed the young man out of the hall, and their battle had moved from within the hall to outside the hall. Needless to say, Yang Yi had looked down on the young man a little. The young man's strength wasn't as weak as Head expected. Head thought that he could end the battle very quickly, but he hadn't expected the young man to actually have the ability to fight back. Yang Yi stopped holding back. Bang! Once Yang Yi used his full strength, the young man was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he descended to the ground, a sword was pressed against his forehead. The young man's body instantly stiffened. The faces of all the others seemed quite gloomy, and no one knew what they were thinking. Yang Yi looked the young man in the eyes. "Take off those gloves." The young man was stunned. A moment later, an extremely unsightly expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he knew what Yang Yi wanted. Yang Yi wanted to take his gloves. The young man fell silent. He was thinking about how to deal with this situation. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his sword and waved it. Hiss! Hiss! The young man's arms were instantly slashed off. An instant later, Yang Yi waved his hands, and both the arms were transported into the primordial pagoda. The others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces when they saw Yang Yi act so violently. However, at this moment, no one dared to say anything, including Gung Qiu. At this moment, they finally understood why those disciples of the prediction line had died on Gracious Mountain that day. Yang Yi was an extraordinary genius too, and he wasn't someone that an ordinary expert could face. Yang Yi ignored the young man who was ghastly pale and walked towards the hall. He walked for a while before he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to glance at everyone. He said, "My hobby is fighting, and my favorite thing is killing. As for what I love to do the most, it's killing lots of people. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2043, Familiar Writing. Chapter 2043, Familiar Writing. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Needless to say, Yang Yi's arrogance displeased all of them quite a bit, but no one dared to anger him right now. strong. The strength Yang Yi revealed earlier instilled deep fear in them. Now, they'd finally realized that the man before them, the new seal master of the slaughter line, was no ordinary person. Somewhere hidden, a man and a woman stared at Yang Yi's figure, and only after Yang Yi vanished into the hall did the man speak. "What do you think?" The woman by his side said, "Very strong." The man chuckled, "Very strong indeed." The woman fell silent. The man and woman were Su Lang and Mou. Mou spoke softly, "I feel that we shouldn't get mixed up in the enmity between him and the prediction line. As far as we're concerned, fighting him doesn't benefit at all. As for reputation, I think it isn't very important. In any case, we aren't the only ones who are targeting him." Su Lang spoke softly, "I know what you're worried about. If it was at any other time, I would naturally not interfere in such a difficult thing that doesn't benefit us at all. However, we have to do it right now." Mou frowned slightly when she heard this. She was about to say something when Su Lang said, "Let's go." He vanished into a distant hall. Mou sighed softly on the spot. "He is absolutely ruthless." Her voice carried a trace of worry. Even though she hadn't come into contact with Yang Yi for long, Yang Yi made her feel extreme danger. Even now, she still remembered what Yang Yi had told her. So long as she dared to attack him, he would dare to kill her. She was very well aware that Yang Yi wasn't joking. A madman. Yang Yi was a madman who was afraid of nothing. In the hall. At this moment, the hall was extremely quiet. Yang Yi sat at a corner with his eyes closed, and it seemed like he was meditating. The people here glanced at him from time to time, and their gazes had curiosity, the intent to kill, and so on and so forth. However, they concealed their intent to kill very well and didn't dare to reveal it. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind was immersed into the primordial pagoda. The pair of black gloves were in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi sized up the gloves. If he wasn't wrong, they were at the sage rank. A treasure at the sage rank. Yang Yi flicked 2 droplets of blood into them, and they shook violently. Suddenly, Yang Yi's blood was bounced out of it. Yang Yi was slightly stunned by this. "You're still fighting back?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flipped his right palm, and an ethereal dragon claw appeared around his right hand. After that, he slammed the dragon claw down on the gloves. Bang! The gloves were instantly slapped flying. That wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi charged forward and slammed a punch forward. Around 10 minutes later, the gloves stood obediently in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to try them when a small figure suddenly flew over to him. It was the mischievous Snowy. Snowy blinked at the gloves, and then she stretched out her claws and put them into the gloves. However, they were too big. It looked really amusing. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and kept blinking. Obviously, she was asking him if he had a smaller pair. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just about to speak when the gloves suddenly shrunk. They shrunk to the point they covered Snowy's claws well. Snowy's eyes immediately lit up, and she slammed it forward. Hiss! Everywhere her fist passed, space was torn open. Snowy's eyes grew even brighter from the sight of this. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly and smiled. "You can play with it, but you have to give it to me when I'm fighting, all right?" Snowy nodded to display that she had no objections. Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while and left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Su Lang entered the hall. He glanced at them and smiled. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Please come with me." He glanced at Yang Yi and left. Everyone hurriedly followed after him. They followed Su Lang to the back of Guardian Mountain. The area was extremely huge and covered in an endless expanse of mountains. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was slightly vigilant. Before he even came here, he knew that coming here would definitely not be free of danger, and the only reason he'd come was because he couldn't cower. At the very least, he couldn't shrink back at a time like this. If he did, it was obvious that he would have to face more and more trouble. That was reality. At most times, even if someone didn't cause trouble, others would think that person was afraid of trouble. So, they would try to take a yard and keep looking for trouble with the person. That was the current situation Yang Yi was in. So long as he shrunk back, everyone would come looking for trouble with him. Moreover, he was certain that the so-called young junior master didn't want him to shrink back. Conversely, the greater his show of strength was, and the greater the potential he revealed, the safer he would be. Of course, he couldn't act carelessly, and he never had. We're here. Su Lang suddenly stopped. Everyone. That's where our ancestor once comprehended the Tao. All of them bowed slightly towards the mountain wall. Even Su Lang did. However, Yang Yi didn't. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Their expressions became quite unsightly from the sight of this. Su Lang gazed at Yang Yi. What? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, What? Su Lang said indifferently, Our ancestor isn't worthy of you bowing? Yang Yi chuckled, Brother Su. So that's what you meant. But I want to ask you something. Is that mountain wall our ancestor? I don't think so, right? Since it isn't, then why are you bowing? Our ancestor isn't even here. So who are you showing that to? How dare you? Suddenly, a young man shouted with fury, Yang Yi, you arrogant. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at the young man and shouted angrily, Shut up. If you don't like it, come fight me in single combat. The young man was livid. Yang Yi would naturally not be nice to them. At least 90% of them hoped for his death. If he wasn't afraid of escalating the situation, he would have killed all of them, and he wouldn't have wasted his time being courteous with Su Lang. Even though he wanted to make a show of strength, he didn't want to go too far. Sometimes, going too far would only arouse aversion in others, especially the weapon progenitor. If Yang Yi really was a brainless person who knew nothing but slaughter, then the weapon progenitor may be the first one to decide to remove him from the weapon path. Once the weapon progenitor had ill feelings towards him, it was obvious that it would be the moment he was finished too, unless he fled to the Tao path. Su Lang took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he said, Brother Yang, you're amazing. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, In my opinion, respect mainly depends on your own heart. So long as you hold respect in your heart, then bowing is just a formal gesture. Of course, if all of you think I'm disrespecting him, then you can go report me to him. I, Yang Yi, will accept the punishment he gives me. How shameless! One of the men spoke abruptly. Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Su Lang, Brother Su. I think we should do what we're here to do. Don't you think so too? Su Lang glanced at Yang Yi and said, Of course. As he spoke, he walked off into the distance, and the others followed him. However, one of them suddenly stopped and went over to Yang Yi's side. It was Nanji from the merge line whom had met earlier. Nanji shook his head and smiled, Brother Yang. Doing this will only make more enemies for yourself. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. They took me to be their enemy from the beginning. Did they not? Nanji thought for a moment and said, True. However, Brother Yang, aren't you worried about the situation you're in? According to my knowledge, none of the other 5 lines want one more line to take a share of their resources. If they weren't afraid of that young martial uncle, then if him to be honest, you would have died the day you arrived here. I'm telling you the truth. Yang Yi said, Can I defeat that young martial uncle of yours? Nanji was stunned, and then he shook his head. You must be joking. Yang Yi said, Actually, I was tricked by him. Otherwise, who would want to get mixed up in this? It can't be helped. I can't defeat him, and I fell into his trap. So, I can only see this to its end. No wonder. Nanji spoke softly. I knew it. A normal person would definitely not get mixed up in all of this. But, Brother Yang, if him to be honest, this is a terrible situation. Presently, all the top existences are only watching, but it's impossible to guarantee that they won't do anything. Once they do, they'll definitely give you no chance to survive. Yang Yi glanced at Nanji. Why are you telling me all of this? Nanji smiled. I think you're not bad, and I want to become friends with you. Is that a good reason? Yang Yi nodded. All right. Nanji chuckled and said, Brother Yang, let's go. He strode off once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Nanji and followed the group. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Nanji to stop. There was almost 300 m tall mountain wall before them, and it was over 100 m wide too. At the center of the mountain wall was a mark from the sword that was around an inch long, and it was extremely tiny when compared to the entire mountain wall. There was a string of words by the mark as well, and Yang Yi was stunned when he saw those words. The writing was very familiar. It was the Unfettered One's writing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2044, I Reign Supreme. The Unfettered One had left it here. Yang Yi was quite shocked because he hadn't expected the Unfettered One to have actually been to the weapon dimension. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the mountain wall. The words the Unfettered One had left behind were, amongst the myriad of sword das, I reign supreme. Yang Yi fell silent when he read this. Previously, the Unfettered One had said, amongst the 3,000 grand das of the world, my sword Tao reigns supreme. Yet now, it was, amongst the myriad of sword das, I reign supreme. I reign supreme. As expected of our ancestor, one of them suddenly sighed with emotion. Even though our ancestor doesn't focus on sword cultivation, our ancestor probably feels that no one in the world can compete with him in the sword Tao. Yang Yi glanced at that young man and didn't say anything. Obviously, the young man wasn't aware that it wasn't their ancestor who had written those words. Or it should be said, the Unfettered One hadn't alarmed anyone when he arrived at the weapon path. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the mark beside those words. Yang Yi frowned when he saw the mark. It wasn't ordinary. That was what he felt. The mark the weapon progenitor left behind had secrets within it, just like Su Lang had said. Everyone here fell silent. They stared at the mark, and so did Yang Yi. A short while later, Yang Yi suddenly walked over to the mountain wall, and then he looked up at the mark. At this moment, when he looked at it from up close, he saw it even more clearly than before. As he gazed and gazed at it, Yang Yi suddenly noticed it move abruptly. It moved. The mark was moving swiftly. It was a sword technique. After looking at it for some time, Yang Yi noticed that it was displaying a sword technique, a slightly strange sword technique. The reason he felt it was strange was because he had never seen a technique like it. Even the sword techniques which the old man in Taoist robes gave him didn't have any that were similar to this sword technique. So, Yang Yi couldn't help but become immersed in his comprehension. 2 hours later, Yang Yi obtained a single conclusion. It wasn't just a sword technique. The mark before him didn't just contain a sword technique, it contained something else as well. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was immersed in his comprehension. The others had clearly noticed something too, and they'd become immersed in it. Su Lang's face was quite calm. Any sword cultivator who'd attained their strength by relying on themselves would be able to notice that there was something else in the mark, but noticing it was one thing, and comprehending it was another. He gazed at Yang Yi. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was the most likely to be able to comprehend it. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes were closed. Comprehend. At their level, cultivating didn't really help much, and comprehension was the most helpful to them. Just a single sudden comprehension was comparable to 10 or even 100 years of bitter cultivation. But if they couldn't achieve comprehension, then even cultivating for 100 years may not do anything for their cultivation. In Yang Yi's mind, a figure had started to swing the sword according to the mark on the wall. The movements were very simple, or they should be said to be very monotonous. It was just very simple stabbing, slashing, chopping, flicking. All of them were basic movements in the sword Tao, and even a child who had just started learning to sword Tao would know how to do them. Return to simplicity. It was a principle that Yang Yi had understood many years ago. So, he knew that it was absolutely not just trying to tell him that his sword Tao should return to simplicity, and it should carry deeper meaning. As for what it was, Yang Yi hadn't figured it out yet. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning dark, but they still didn't leave. They continued trying to comprehend it, and it didn't take long for the second day to arrive. Just like that, 3 days passed. Suddenly, Yang Yi stood up. Su Lang's gaze immediately descended upon Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly cursed, "What the hell? I can't figure it out. I give up." Yang Yi left angrily once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Su Lang suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and smiled. "Brother Yang, you're leaving just like that?" Yang Yi shrugged. "What else can I do? Continue wasting time here?" Su Lang stared at Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, you probably discovered something, right? Yang Yi asked. I discovered something? Su Lang spoke in a low voice, Brother Yang. We agreed that if you succeeded at comprehending anything, you have to give my guardian line a copy. Yang Yi replied, but I didn't comprehend anything. Sigh, my comprehension ability is low. It really can't be helped. It can't be helped at all. Su Lang stared at Yang Yi and seemed like he wanted to see through Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression was calm, and there was nothing strange about his expression. A few breaths of time passed before Yang Yi smiled. Brother Su Lang, can I leave now? Su Lang spoke in a low voice, Brother Yang. Why not make another friend? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, aren't we friends? Su Lang took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he said, good luck. Yang Yi smiled, thanks. Yang Yi walked around Su Lang and left. Su Lang's face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to leave Guardian Mountain, and he immediately returned to Gracious Mountain. In Gracious Hall, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. Train with the sword. Yang Yi started to wave his sword about in the cultivation room. His sword was very slow, extremely slow even. He was like a child who had just learned the sword. But Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Moreover, it was growing even more solemn as time passed. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped, and he just stared ahead. There were some marks on the space before him. They were marks made by the sword. Yang Yi stared at those marks, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. I see. Soul. The sword soul. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Swords had spirits, and the spirits were born from the swords themselves, like its own consciousness or intelligence. Normally, high-quality swords would give birth to their own consciousness, but while they had a consciousness, they didn't have a soul. The soul here was different from the sword soul techniques of the past. The soul here was the soul of the sword itself, a spirit and a soul. It was a soul bestowed upon a sword. In the past, his sword had been extremely strong, but it didn't have a soul. It was like a person who only had a body but lacked a soul. A person like that was just an empty shell. A sword with a spirit yet without a soul was just a sharp sword, and it was merely just a little bit stronger. But to a certain extent, a sword with a soul wasn't just a sword. Sword soul. Bestowing a soul upon a sword. That was the secret the weapon progenitor had left behind. The reason the weapon progenitor hadn't just bluntly recorded it was that he wanted the disciples of the weapon path to comprehend it themselves. Only something one comprehended on one's own would truly belong to oneself. What a person comprehended themselves provided them the deepest form of comprehension and understanding. How to bestow a soul upon a sword. Actually, it wasn't difficult, yet it wasn't easy either. At the very least, that was what Yang Yi thought. Forging a sword for a sword was a state, and it wasn't just getting a soul for a sword. It was a realm in the sword Tao. The sword had intent, a spirit, and techniques. Head practically grasped all of that, but a sword soul was something Head never considered. However, Head used sword soul techniques in the past. However, those techniques were completely different from the soul that the weapon path's ancestor was referring to. His sword soul techniques had been executed with his soul, but the sword soul here was purely the soul of a sword. Train and comprehend. He needed to train and comprehend. Those movements in the mark were a reference for him. Besides that, the mark contained a trace of something else, and it may be the weapon progenitor's grand Tao. However, Yang Yi couldn't figure it out. He just trained like a madman. Every day after that, Yang Yi trained over and over again until night came, and then he would meditate and comprehend. Time flashed by. In the primordial pagoda, a year had passed in an instant, and Yang Yi had been meditating in the cultivation room for a few months now. Yang Yi had never been a genius like a Nanjing who could just instantly comprehend things. His strong point was his ability to endure suffering and face it without any fear. Just like that, another month passed. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he stood up. A moment later, a sword appeared in his grasp, and then he started waving it. Slash, chop, stab, flick. It was just these simple movements, over and over again, and he trained for almost 10,000 times before he finally stopped. Yang Yi gazed at the trembling sword in his hand, while a smile curled up on the corners of his lips. Head succeeded. After over a year of bitter training and comprehension, Head finally figured it out and grasped this type of sword soul. In essence, the sword soul was a technique. Of course, it was an advanced technique, and it was a realm in the sword Tao. It was a type of mentality. If one insisted on explaining it in words, then even Yang Yi himself couldn't give a proper explanation, because Head merely just grasped, and it was clearly not such a simple realm. Simply speaking, the sword soul could improve the might of his sword techniques by at least 30% to 40%. Even though it was just 30% to 40%, it was extremely terrifying. It could be said that he could fight major Zen realm experts now. Of course, if he fought senior existences at the half-step sage realm, then his current strength was clearly insufficient. The gap in their realms of cultivation was too huge. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and chuckled, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Suddenly, Elder Yuan walked into the hall. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "Your strength has improved quite a bit." Yang Yi glanced at Elder Yuan and asked, "Senior, what realm of cultivation are you in?" "My realm of cultivation?" Elder Yuan shook his head. "I'm a nobody." As he spoke, he flicked an invitation to Yang Yi, a life and death invitation. "The prediction line's second-rank genius, Ku Rongtian, sent it to you. He wants to fight you to the death on the life and death arena of the prediction line. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 2045. It's mine now. The prediction line? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What? They're finally taking action? Elder Yuan nodded slightly. I'm really surprised that they were able to wait for so long. Yang Yi glanced at the invitation. Leave it. I'll go when I'm free. Elder Yuan was slightly stunned and asked, You're not going immediately? Yang Yi shook his head. I have some things to deal with. Elder Yuan said, If you don't go now, they'll think that you're afraid. Yang Yi smiled. They can do as they please. Yang Yi turned around and left the hall. Elder Yuan fell silent for a moment, and then he left the hall as well and immediately went to give the prediction line a reply. 2 hours later. Yang Yes afraid. Yang Yes a coward. Someone seemed to have started saying that about Yang Yi, and it swiftly spread throughout the weapon dimension. So, Yang Yi had become the laughingstock of the weapon dimension. The coward, Yang Yi. That was Yang Yes' new title in the weapon path. At this moment, Yang Yi was at the back of Gracious Mountain. Obviously, no one was taking care of the area, so it was covered in weeds that shot up over 3 m from the ground, and all sorts of unknown and strange flowers bloomed here. It was a scenery that had its own beauty. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sat down cross-legged. Admire. As he gazed at the flowers, Yang Yi felt unprecedentedly calm, extremely calm, like the surface of an ocean that was untouched by even a wisp of wind. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yes' mouth. The Sea Dao realm. What was the Dao? It was all things. The Sea Dao realm was to see all things with the heart. Just like that, time trickled by. Suddenly, Yang Yi stood up. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from him, but it only took a moment for the aura to return to his body and vanish without a trace. It was like the aura had never existed. Yang Yi glanced at his hands and smiled. Sea Dao. Sea Dao. The reason he didn't agree to leave for the prediction line was that his bitter cultivation in the primordial pagoda had allowed him to attain a huge improvement in his sword Dao. But besides that, he felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But a breakthrough required an opportune moment or fortuitous encounter. So, Head decided to walk around. He hadn't expected that as soon as he calmed down, he attained his breakthrough with such ease. It was a truly pleasant surprise. The Sea Dao realm. After being stuck for so long in the Here Dao realm, Head instantly attained the Sea Dao realm, and his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, Elder Yuan appeared in front of Yang Yi without making a sound. Yang Yi glanced at Elder Yuan. He realized that the old man's strength was much more terrifying than Head ever imagined. Elder Yuan sized up Yang Yi and said, You've attained the Sea Dao realm? Yang Yi nodded. Elder Yuan spoke softly. Someone from the prediction line is here. The prediction line? Yang Yi was stunned. They're here to cause trouble. Elder Yuan nodded. Go meet him. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan glanced at the surroundings. Countless flowers had been sliced into half here. It was the result of the aura Yang Yi emanated earlier. Elder Yuan shook his head slightly, and then he waved his right hand lightly before vanishing on the spot. Once Elder Yuan left, the flowers actually stood up once more. They'd recovered completely. The training grounds. There was a young man standing there. He seemed to be around the age of 27 or 28. He wore white robes and stood ramrod straight like a sharp sword. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, and a man in green clothes appeared in front of him. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi smiled. You should be Ku Rongtian, right? The white-robed man nodded. Yes. He sized up Yang Yi and continued, They say you're afraid of my prediction line, and that's why you didn't dare to come fight me. However, I think that you're not someone who's afraid of trouble. Yang Yi smiled. You aren't here to chat with me, right? Ku Rongtian smiled and said, Yang Yi, you're not a fool, so you should be aware that the only reason he made you come here is so that he can use you. So, I don't understand why you're willing to let him? Yang Yi replied, I won't bother telling you why. Just tell me why you're here. Do you want to fight? Or are you here for something else? Ku Rongtian spoke indifferently. Since I'm here, I'm naturally here to fight. Yang Yi smiled. Make your move. Ku Rongtian nodded. Come, let me witness the ability of the person young martial uncle chose. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In an instant, a string of afterimages shot straight at Yang Yi. He was extremely swift to the point Yang Yi could only faintly catch sight of his figure. However, Yang Yi didn't bother to look. He just closed his eyes, and then he raised his hand and tapped forward. Bang! An explosion resounded throughout the training grounds, and then a figure was blasted away. The figure flew over 3 kilometers before finally stopping, and it was just a little bit away from being pushed out of the training grounds. It was Ku Rongtian's figure. Ku Rongtian glanced at his hand. There was an extremely deep mark on them, and it was bone deep. Ku Rongtian fell silent as he gazed at his hands. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. Amazing! As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up into the sky above Yang Yi, and then he overlapped his palms. A strange talisman appeared below his palms, and as soon as that happened, the space around him trembled. A moment later, he slammed his overlapped palms down at Yang Yi. The talisman crashed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a wisp of solemnness in his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he raised his hand slightly and stabbed with his sword. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. It accurately stabbed the talisman. Bang! The training grounds below Yang Yi's feet shook, and the entire ground started to quake as well. At the same time, numerous thin barriers of light floated up from beneath the ground and covered the training grounds. As soon as the barriers of light appeared, the training grounds instantly stopped trembling. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword was raised before him, and the talisman was at its tip. Yang Yi's sword was trembling. Suddenly, the talisman shook violently, and then a wave of powerful force swept out from it. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Boom! As soon as his feet touched the ground, the entire training grounds shook violently once more. Yang Yi glanced at his right arm. Many cracks had appeared on it, and it had been caused by the talisman. How unbelievable! Suddenly, Ku Rongtian said, This talisman is one of the supreme treasures of my prediction line, and it possesses unparalleled strength. I once used it to kill a major Zen realm expert. However, I never imagined that it was only able to injure you. Yang Yi glanced at the talisman floating before Ku Rongtian, and he said, Indeed. Unfortunately, you're too weak. If you were just a little strong, even I would probably have been heavily injured. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If it were in my hands, it would be much stronger. Ku Rongtian slowly clenched his left fist when he heard this. It depends on whether you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the talisman. The talisman shook violently, and then it flashed forward and slammed down at Yang Yi. The powerful energy contained within it caused the surrounding space to warp. It seemed like it was going to shatter the space here. It was extremely shocking. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he took a step forward, and then his sword vanished. An instant later, a pair of ethereal dragon claws appeared around his arms, and then he clamped down with them. Bang! His dragon claws clamped down upon the talisman. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. However, he held on tightly to the talisman, but he was on the verge of being unable to endure the powerful energy contained within it. When he saw Yang Yi had actually grabbed the talisman, Ku Rongtian had an extremely solemn expression on his face. At this moment, he was extremely shocked because even a major Zen realm expert would find it impossible to accomplish that with just physical strength. Yang Yi's physical strength had utterly surpassed his imagination. Ku Rongtian restrained his shock, stomped his right foot down, and shot towards Yang Yi. Suddenly, a sword shot up from behind Yang Yi, and then it instantly transformed into a ray of light that arrived before Ku Rongtian. Ku Rongtian raised his hand and slammed a punch forward. Bang! Yang Yi's sword was stopped by his punch, and when he was about to attack again, his expression suddenly became extremely unsightly. It was because Yang Yi was smiling at him. As for the talisman, it was gone. The talisman had vanished. Ku Rongtian stared at Yang Yi. Where is it? Where is what? Yang Yi was stunned. What are you talking about? Ku Rongtian spoke angrily. Stop playing dumb. Oh, Yang Yi said, you're talking about that talisman. Well, that talisman is mine now. It's mine. Understand? Ku Rongtian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he started moving his hands. It didn't take long for numerous ripples to sweep out. Summoning. He was summoning the talisman back. In the primordial pagoda, a talisman shot up into the sky, and it slammed itself against the tiny golden pagoda that was floating high above in the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2046, Someone with the Yang surname. The talisman had a spirit of its own, so it was very well aware who it had to fight in order to leave. Snowy and Tianxia wouldn't make a difference because they clearly weren't the owner of this place. So, a short while of searching allowed it to notice the primordial pagoda's spirit. Thus, it had a target. It didn't hesitate to slam itself against the pagoda's spirit. Snowy watched this, blinked, and then gazed at Tianxia. She was asking Tianxia what the talisman was trying to do. Tianxia thought for a moment and replied, "It wants to fight." Snowy blinked, and then she looked up again. At this moment, the tiny golden pagoda transformed into a ray of golden light that slammed against the talisman. Bang! The talisman was instantly smashed into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently while dust and dirt surged up into a cloud. However, that wasn't the end of it. Rays of golden light rained down from above. It was like a storm that instantly enveloped the talisman on the ground below. It was torture. Snowy and Tianxia couldn't bear to watch what happened next. In the end, Snowy couldn't help but wave her paw at the tiny pagoda, and it instantly stopped releasing golden rays of light. The pagoda's spirit was always willing to give Snowy face. Snowy flew over to the talisman. At this moment, its glow had dimmed down quite a bit. Obviously, it had suffered quite serious injuries. Snowy patted it lightly, and then she started waving her claws. She seemed to be trying to convey something. Tianxia suddenly said, "Snowy is telling you to apologize. You won't suffer another beating if you do." Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from the talisman, and Snowy was caught off guard and blasted away by it. Fortunately, the holy sword appeared before Snowy at the critical moment and helped her resist most of the force. Even then, Snowy was still in quite a sorry state, and she was lying on her back. Waves of terrifying energy surged out from the talisman, and the entire world here seemed to turn ethereal. It was simply capable of obliterating the world. Snowy blinked as she watched the talisman charge at the tiny pagoda, and then she patted her claws together. A meat bun appeared before her. She was about to take a bite when she seemed to have thought of something, and she passed another to Tianxiu. Just like that, the two little fellows started nibbling on their steamed buns while looking up into the sky. They were watching the show. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then a black shadow crashed down. The talisman was trying its best to fight the pagoda's spirit. As for the world outside the primordial pagoda, Ku Rongshan's face was extremely unsightly, because no matter how he summoned it, it didn't respond at all. The talisman was gone. Ku Rongtian stared at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "He'll remember this." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and intended to leave. Now that Head lost the talisman, he had zero confidence in being able to face Yang Yi. So, Head decisively chosen to leave. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared not too far away from him, and Yang Yi smiled. "What? Leaving so soon?" Ku Rongtian slowly clenched his fists. He knew that it was probably impossible to leave safely now. A moment of silence ensued, and then Ku Rongtian vanished on the spot. An instant later, a shadow appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't use any sword techniques, and he just stabbed his sword forward. The shadow instantly vanished without a trace. Around 1 kilometer away, Ku Rongtian had just stopped himself when Yang Yi appeared in front of him again, and then a sword was just a few inches away from his forehead. At this critical moment of life and death, Ku Rongtian was horrified, but his reaction wasn't slow at all. He pressed his palms together and slammed them forward. Boom! The powerful force from it pushed Yang Yi over 300 m back, but Ku Rongshan's hands were gone. At that instant just now, Head given up his hands to push Yang Yi back. Yang Yi naturally didn't stop, and he vanished on the spot again. However, as soon as he arrived before Ku Rongtian, a wave of mysterious energy blasted him 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi stopped and glanced at his hand, and he noticed that it had warped. He looked up, and he saw an old man not too far away from Ku Rongtian. The old man was looking at him. Yang Yi shook his hand and smiled. So this is how the prediction line acts. If the young fail, the old will show themselves. I see now. The old man spoke indifferently. It's just a spar. So why decide on life and death? Yang Yi smiled. Just fuck off. If you can't accept defeat, then don't come looking for me anymore. Yang Yi turned around and left. The old man and Ku Rongshan's expressions were extremely unsightly. The old man stared at Yang Yi. We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to leave with Ku Rongtian, but a huge palm suddenly stretched out from the clouds, and then it slapped down at Ku Rongtian and the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was about to counterattack when the huge palm suddenly sped up, and the old man wasn't even able to fight back before it slammed down on them. Bang! The entire training grounds shook violently. Yang Yi noticed that some cracks had actually appeared on the faint barrier of light which covered the training grounds. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw an ethereal middle-aged man in the sky. It was the young Marshal Uncle Hood dragged him into this. However, he was clearly not his main body. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. Come with me. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Yang Yi shrugged and vanished after him. Gracious Hall. There were only 2 people in Gracious Hall, the middle-aged man and Yang Yi. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, Not bad, not bad. Your strength is much greater than what it was when we met last. The facts prove that my ability to discern talent is really good. Haha. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, I made some time to come here because I have something to tell you. Firstly, I know about everything you've done here. Not bad. You did very well. The more strength and potential you reveal, the greater your chances are to survive. Do you know why? Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man said, the so-called fight between paths doesn't just include the internal strife in our weapon path, it includes all the other paths too. The weapon path, Tao path, Confucianist path, and Buddhist path. Even though there's usually no communication between us, we're all fighting for something. Yang Yi asked, What? Karmic luck? The middle-aged man explained, karmic luck really exists in the world. Do you know why my slaughter line was annihilated? I won't mention all the other reasons, but at the end of it all, one of them was karmic luck. Our slaughter line lost against the prediction line in the fight for karmic luck. Of course, my senior brother was useless too. If I were present that day, how could my slaughter line have lost? A moment of mercy from him caused the death of our entire slaughter line. Yang Yi was just about to speak when the middle-aged man continued, "Just like you. Why have you been able to achieve your current accomplishments? Besides your own hard work, karmic luck played a part too. Those people who've helped you, like that existence from the Tao path or me, all of us are part of your karmic luck. However, where there's yin, there's yang. Karmic luck is accompanied by all sorts of dangers. So, I do agree quite a bit with the theory of yin and yang according to the Tao path." Yang Yi said, "Senior, since I came into contact with you, I realized that you're not someone who likes to play tricks. You told me bluntly that you made me come here because you want to use me. However, I still came. That's because I owe you a favor. So, this is a scheme that was executed openly, and I can't refuse it." The middle-aged man asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi took a deep breath and replied, "I'm sure you're aware that there's an evil treasure behind me. Senior, I allowed you to use me, so can you kill that thing behind me? Or drive it away works too." The evil treasure. It was like a thorn in his side. If he didn't eliminate it, he really couldn't rest at ease. Because he didn't know when it would act against him. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and said, "I think it's best if you don't touch that evil treasure for now." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The middle-aged man replied, "It's a little special." Yang Yi asked, "And?" The middle-aged man replied, "That's all." Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "Kid, it's not that I refuse to help, but even I'm helpless. It's really a huge deal, and the trouble it brings is far greater than you've ever imagined." Yang Yi said, "It's always behind me. I'm cowardly, I'm afraid of it." The middle-aged man replied, "What are you afraid of? It can't eat you right now. So, just ignore it. Let's talk about the weapon path. Kid, I even discarded my pride just for you." As he spoke, he flicked an invitation over to Yang Yi. "This is the admission letter of Martial Emperor Academy. Go there." Yang Yi had slight disdain in his voice. "Senior, you're asking me to go to an academy? Do you think I need to?" "Fuck you." The middle-aged man spoke angrily. "Do you know what the Martial Emperor Academy is? I graduated from there too." Yang Yi shook his head. "I refuse. They'll be leaving once I attend that competition here. That's our agreement, so I refuse to waste my time on any other places." The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time, and then he asked, "Do you know who founded the Martial Emperor Academy?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know, and am not interested either." The middle-aged man said, "Someone surnamed Yang." Yang Yi was stunned. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2047. Come look for me if you're unhappy. Someone with the Yang surname. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I don't know. Kid, that place isn't an ordinary place. Do you know who its students are? They are the monstrous geniuses of the 4 clans, and the best geniuses from all the other races." He paused for a moment and continued, "It can be considered as the #1 academy in the large world. The ancestors of all the paths, like that existence from the Tao path and my weapon path, are honorary elders there." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "It's that great?" "Great." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Martial Emperor Academy isn't just great. The truly formidable part about it is that the patriarchs of all the 4 clans take the initiative to become friends with it. There are many reasons, like the academy is always neutral and doesn't interfere in any fights. Of course, it's mainly because they have Originite." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Originite? What's that?" The middle-aged man asked. "You should know about the god race, right?" Yang Yi nodded. The middle-aged man added, "But do you know what race existed before the god race?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? The middle-aged man explained. Besides the god race, all the other races and clans practically know nothing about the history before the god race. No records exist. Even the god race probably doesn't have many records about. Yang Yi asked, what does that have to do with the Martial Emperor Academy? The middle-aged man explained, because Martial Emperor Academy has originite. Originite is a type of rock that contains records of the civilization before our current known history. Some special rocks are innately capable of recording images. Some powerful experts of the prehistoric civilization had images of them cultivating or fighting recorded in these rocks, and these rocks have been preserved until now. Understand? Yang Yi frowned. Are those experts very strong? The middle-aged man nodded. Extremely strong. The prehistoric civilization was much more advanced than us, and it's a conclusion that the four clans gained after studying one of the originite. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. If they were so strong, why did they vanish? Moreover, they vanished without a trace. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Who am I to ask for an answer to that? Regardless of whether they were annihilated or went to another universe, that has nothing to do with us. The reason I want you to go to Martial Emperor Academy, to be honest, am doing it for you. For me. Yang Yi glanced at him with a slightly weird expression in his eyes. The middle-aged man spoke angrily. What's with that look? Kid, you have too much karma coiled around you. You've been swept into my weapon path, the Tao path, and all sorts of other things. To be honest, once it's time to resolve those strings of karma, even I'm not confident in being able to keep you alive. But if you go to the Martial Emperor Academy and get a good position there, then you'll have a better chance at surviving once you have them to rely on. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Senior, have you found out something? The middle-aged man nodded. To be honest, I slightly regret asking you to do all of this. According to my knowledge, it isn't just members of my weapon path that want to kill you. Even the Buddhist path and Tao path have existences who want to kill you. However, they dare not act rashly right now. All of them are watching the person standing behind you. The person standing behind me? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, I have someone? Who? Why don't I know about it? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. If there wasn't someone, you would have died 100 times by now. Forget that. I want you to go to the Martial Emperor Academy for 2 reasons. Firstly, I hope that you'll represent my slaughter line to get originite for my weapon path. If you're able to do that and contribute it to the weapon path, then our ancestor will be forced to owe you a favor. The middle-aged man's expression became serious at this point. If you're able to make our ancestor owe you a favor, it'll be very beneficial for your future. I'm serious. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, there's one more thing. You are truly entered into the gazes of many people. In the past, you were amongst the other races, and you hadn't entered our circle. So, no matter how strong you were an outsider to us. Yet now, you are part of this circle, and the gazes of even more have descended upon you. It's a good thing and a bad thing. The good part is that some may choose to invest in you, and the bad is that some will try to kill you. Yang Yi shook his head. It's so complicated. The middle-aged man nodded. I don't like complicated things too. However, it can't be helped. We can't avoid some things. He paused for a moment and continued. One last thing. You know Elder Yuan, right? Yang Yi nodded. I do. The middle-aged man said, being more respectful to him isn't a bad thing for you. Understand? Yang Yi asked, who is he? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know the answer either. In any case, he was in the slaughter line when I arrived here. Perhaps our ancestor is the only one in the weapon path who knows about his background. In any case, no matter who he is, he should have no ill intent towards you. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. The middle-aged man said, the admission letter contains the location of Martial Emperor Academy. There's only a month left before classes start, so keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble until then. Yang Yi suddenly asked, what if someone offends me? The middle-aged man replied indifferently, what's your sword for? I dare not guarantee anything else, but I dare guarantee that if anyone kills you in the weapon dimension, he'll definitely avenge you, no matter who that person is. Of course, besides our ancestor. After all, I'm not a match for him. Yang Yi asked, "Can you not wait until I'm dead? Can't you help before I die?" The middle-aged man said, "I said if. In short, just be careful." The middle-aged man vanished from the hall. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he spoke softly, "Martial Emperor Academy." The young surname. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan appeared in Gracious Hall. Elder Yuan asked, "He's gone?" Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Elder Yuan. The latter said, "He's one of the few geniuses in the weapon path's history. Unfortunately, his heart has never been in the weapon path. Otherwise, he would have been the seal master of the slaughter line. And if he was the seal master, the slaughter line wouldn't have fallen to its current state." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Actually, you're not bad too. You're a very decisive and opinionated person. I like people like you." "But," Yang Yi unconsciously asked, "but what?" The old man shook his head slightly, "But you're a little too extreme. An extreme character causes you to make countless enemies." Yang Yi smiled, "Senior, is there a perfect person in this world?" The old man shook his head. Yang Yi chuckled, "See? There's no perfect person." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "You have that young man's talisman? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi replied, "I do." The old man said, "Give it to me, all right?" He stared at Yang Yi while he spoke. Yang Yi smiled, "All right." Yang Yi flicked his finger, and the talisman was immediately withdrawn from the primordial pagoda and descended before the old man. Once it appeared there, it intended to fly off, but the old man tapped it lightly, and it immediately fell silent. The old man gazed at the talisman and said, "If you showed even the slightest hesitance, I wouldn't have taken it from you. But you've surprised me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The old man said, "It belongs to someone of rather high status in the prediction line. So, it'll only bring calamity to you if you keep it. Perhaps you're not afraid of it, but if that person suddenly attacks you, then unless that kid's main body comes to your aid, you'll probably die." That kid. Yang Yi was stunned. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding and realize that the old man was speaking about the young martial uncle. Elder Yuan actually addressed him as kid. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan added, "I'll keep it for you, and I'll return it to you once he's gone." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me?" The old man stopped and said, "There aren't many left that are pleasing to the eye for me." He vanished from the hall once he finished speaking. Yang Yi remained silent. Around 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the training grounds. A half-step sage realm expert. The middle-aged man looked up and gazed in the direction of Gracious Palace, and then he stretched out his right hand. He was about to attack when an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man raised his hand, and the talisman appeared in his grasp. "It's with me." The middle-aged man gazed at the old man. "Are you going to return it?" The old man shook his head. The middle-aged man nodded. "They say you're the most mysterious person in my weapon dimension. Today, I'd like to see how mysterious you are." Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly. The old man had suddenly appeared in front of him and was just a step away from him. However, had actually not noticed how the old man appeared before him. The old man gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "Based on your aura, it'll take a year at most for you to attain the sage realm. I'm going to interfere in this today, so if you're unhappy, come back again a year from now." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted away, and he flew over 10,000 kilometers away from Gracious Mountain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2048. I'm fucking unhappy right now. The middle-aged man stood on a small mountain extremely far away from Gracious Mountain and looked at it from afar. There was curiosity, bewilderment, and seriousness in his eyes. He was extremely serious. He knew the old man was mysterious and should be very strong, but he hadn't expected the old man to be that strong. Who was that old man? The middle-aged man's mind was filled with questions. Gracious Hall. Elder Yuan appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the talisman was before Yang Yi. It was extremely quiet right now. Obviously, it was afraid of something. Elder Yuan said, "It's called the Herculean Talisman, and it's one of the 6 talismans of the prediction line. The reason it's strong is because there's a Herculean within it." Yang Yi was puzzled. A Herculean? Elder Yuan explained, "A warrior of the god race that possesses boundless strength. It's very strong. However, it died in battle all those years ago, and then a senior of the weapon path sealed its strength within this talisman. The user can use this talisman to draw upon the Herculean strength." He glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "I've noticed that your physical strength isn't bad, so it's perfect for you." Yang Yi took it and said, "Thank you." Had seen how Elder Yuan had blasted the middle-aged man away, so he knew that the old man was a sage at the very least. A sage. But Yang Yi didn't understand why Elder Yuan was still staying in the slaughter line which only existed in name. Yang Yi didn't ask, because if Elder Yuan didn't tell him, then asking wouldn't make a difference. The old man left Gracious Hall once he gave the talisman to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the talisman before him, and then he flicked a droplet of blood into it. The Herculean talisman trembled violently. It was resisting. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you want to see if he'll destroy you instead?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his grasp. It was the Sword Supreme, and it was absolutely capable of destroying the Herculean talisman. It may have a temper, but Yang Yi had a worse one. In the end, the talisman stopped resisting. It was a powerful treasure, so it had a consciousness of its own. Once it stopped resisting, Yang Yi immediately formed a connection with it. He issued a command in his heart, and the talisman floated before him. A smile curled up on his face as he gazed at it. Presently, he had 2 swords, the Sword Supreme and Judgment. Besides that, he had the Divine Wings, that pair of gloves, and the Herculean talisman now. Presently, he had many extraordinary treasures. Divine treasures. Based on his current strength and equipment, he didn't have to fear major Zen realm experts at all. Yang Yi withdrew the admission letter for Martial Emperor Academy, and he fell silent as he gazed at it. He didn't want to go there. It wasn't that he was conceited and felt that it couldn't teach him anything, he just didn't want to waste time. But since there were benefits, he naturally planned to go. Moreover, he wanted to have a look at the prehistoric civilization. He had 2 weeks. Yang Yi didn't choose to cultivate, because both his sword Dao and cultivation had arrived at a bottleneck. So, cultivating wouldn't change much. In the next 2 weeks, all Yang Yi did every day was travel around Gracious Mountain with Snowy and Tianshou. The reason he dared to let Snowy come outside was Elder Yuan's presence. That evil treasure was clearly afraid of Elder Yuan, so it didn't follow him. However, Elder Yuan had warned him to not allow Snowy out of Gracious Mountain. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to let Snowy go further. The little fellow was absolutely mischievous, so even if that evil treasure wasn't there, she would still cause trouble for him. Moreover, he always stayed close to Snowy and Tianshou while they traveled around Gracious Mountain. Elder Yuan was quite curious when it came to Snowy and Tianshou, especially Tianshou, had even specially asked Yang Yi about Tianshou's background. Yang Yi told Elder Yuan about what he knew, and Elder Yuan left in silence. Time passed very quickly. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yi left Gracious Mountain and was about to head to Martial Emperor Academy. However, a group suddenly obstructed Yang Yi's path. Some of them were familiar figures to Yang Yi, like Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang was standing at the edge of the group, and they were led by a young man. The young man wore a luxurious violet robe and held a violet folding fan. Yang Yi glanced at them and asked, "What?" The young man in a violet robe chuckled. "We heard you were leaving the weapon dimension, so we came to send you off, Brother Yang." Yang Yi nodded and intended to leave. He really didn't want to waste time on these fellows. Suddenly, the young man in violet robe said, "Brother Yang, you have a long journey ahead, and it may be dangerous. You must be careful." Yang Yi glanced at the young man. "Stop beating around the bush. Come at me if you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The violet-robed young man chuckled. Once he leaves the weapon dimension, many shackles will be removed from us. Haha, Su Lang suddenly said, Brother Imoli, let's go. The young man nodded. Everyone, let's go see how strong the new seal master of our weapon path is. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi left the weapon dimension and entered the boundless expanses of outer space. He didn't care about what the violet-robed young man had said earlier. He didn't consider them to be his opponents at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble with him, but if they did, then it would be easily resolved. After all it took was a swing of the sword. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. A group had appeared before him. It was the group led by the violet-robed young man. They'd still come in the end. Yang Yi gazed at the violet-robed young man and asked, The prediction line? The young man nodded. Indeed, Brother Yang, you've killed so many from my prediction line and openly insulted us, so don't you think it's wrong to just leave like this? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Then I'll kill you too, and let you accompany them. That should be the right thing to do, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed. At the instant Yang Yi's figure vanished, their expressions had changed drastically. The violet-robed young man immediately flashed 300 m away, but the ray of light still arrived before him. Break! Suddenly, a few voices resounded, and then a few waves of energy slammed against Yang Yi's attack and instantly obliterated it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi glanced at Su Lang and the others. So you're going to gang up on me? Su Lang spoke indifferently. Brother Yang, your strength is shocking, and we're no match for you in single combat, so we've chosen to fight you as a group. You don't mind, right? Yang Yi smiled. You're right. Why would I mind when it's just a bunch of trash like you? Come, fight me together. Let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear appeared in Su Lang's grasp, and then he shot towards Yang Yi. It was an extremely swift attack, and it was even faster than Yang Yi's previous attack. Yang Yi remained calm. He took a step forward and swung his sword. Bang! The surroundings trembled, and then Su Lang was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, his spear cracked apart, and a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A single attack from Yang Yi was that powerful. Everyone here had a solemn expression on their faces. Suddenly, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the violet-robed young man. The violet-robed man and the others exchanged glances when they saw Yang Yi attack, and then they charged at Yang Yi. They were ganging up on him. Really ganging up on him. As far as they were concerned, no matter how monstrous Yang Yi was, how monstrous could he be? Their cultivations were only higher than Yang Yi, so as far as they were concerned, they would definitely be able to annihilate Yang Yi if they joined forces. Moreover, they weren't in the weapon dimension anymore, so young martial uncle couldn't do anything to them even if they did kill Yang Yi. Besides that, they had the support of extraordinary experts too. They thought about everything. However, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to be too much stronger than they'd ever imagined. Boom! A ray of white light surged out from within Yang Yi, and then a huge ethereal white dragon appeared behind Yang Yi. At the same time, faint white light coiled around Yang Yi. The Sky Dragon. After he used the Sky Dragon, Yang Yi's physical strength and physical defenses instantly multiplied a few times. In this instant, the violet-robed young man and the others were thrown into despair, because they couldn't pierce through his defenses at all. At this moment, Yang Yi had given up on defending himself, and he just charged at them and swung his sword. They didn't possess similar defenses as Yang Yi, so it took less than 15 minutes for 5 of them to die, and all of them had lost their heads from a single swing of the sword. At this moment, all of them finally started to panic. 2 of them wanted to flee, but Yang Yi's sword was faster than them. 2 swords flashed over 500 kilometers away, and then 2 heads flew up into the air. At this moment, only 3 people were left, the violet-robed young man, Su Lang, and another man. Yang Yi started walking in the violet-robed young man's direction. He didn't waste his breath and flashed forward. Bang! However, just a moment later, Yang Yi was pushed 1 kilometer away. A middle-aged man had appeared in front of the violet-robed young man. The middle-aged man glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the violet-robed young man. "I'll punish you later for acting arbitrarily." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi. "If you're unhappy, feel free to come to the prediction line to look for me." He waved his right hand once he finished speaking and vanished with the others. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "I'm unhappy right now." Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. He was heading in the weapon dimension's direction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2049. Fight Me All at Once. The Weapon Dimension. Yang Yi swiftly returned to the weapon dimension, and then he headed straight for the prediction line. Suddenly, Elder Yuan appeared in front of him. Elder Yuan spoke softly. "Since you've left, why return?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I can't just leave after what happened." Elder Yuan said, "It's not a big deal. Great men should be able to act according to the situation. Leave now and I guarantee that no one will come looking for trouble with you again. You'll be able to arrive safely at Martial Emperor Academy." Yang Yi smiled. "Elder Yuan, I appreciate your good intentions. While it's never too late for a gentleman to have his revenge, I'm no gentleman. The prediction lines people wanted to kill me, failed. Then one of their seniors came. That's bullshit." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists to Elder Yuan and vanished into the distance. Elder Yuan shook his head and spoke softly. "It's nice to be young." He wasn't displeased or against Yang Yi's actions. As for the reason, it was because he'd been young once too. The young were impulsive, headstrong, and refused to suffer even the slightest loss. That was youth. Even though it may come with a price, it wasn't wrong. Who hadn't been impulsive when they were young? Who hadn't fought in their youth? Who hadn't been headstrong in their early days? A short while passed before Elder Yuan spoke softly. "Those fellows from the prediction line are such fools. They just had to do this when that little fellow was about to leave. How unnecessary." Elder Yuan vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Prediction Mountain. Yang Yi's figure descended on his sword to the foot of Prediction Mountain. A wisp of icy cold flashed through his eyes as he gazed at it, and then his figure shot up into the sky. As he looked at Prediction Mountain, the icy coldness in his eyes gradually transformed into ferocity. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly said, "I heard the prediction line has countless geniuses. I, Yang Yi, am no great expert, but I'd like to experience it for myself." Yang Yi had intentionally made his voice reverberate through Prediction Mountain. So, the entire prediction line was alarmed by it. It wasn't just Prediction Mountain. Even the entire weapon dimension was alarmed. Yang Yi had taken the initiative to attack himself. So, the divine sense of countless experts swept over. On Prediction Mountain, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Yang Yi. It was the middle-aged man who'd saved Su Lang and the others earlier. The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. "Is leaving safely not good enough for you?" "No." Yang Yi grinned. "Didn't you prediction line want to kill me? Come. I'm here right now." Yang Yi pointed at himself. "Today, I challenge the younger generation of the entire prediction line. Until death." Until death. It wasn't a spar. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly clenched his right fist. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Haha, what a show. What a show indeed." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a white-robed middle-aged man appeared behind Yang Yi. It was the young martial uncle of the slaughter line. However, his figure was ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't his main body. The middle-aged man frowned at the sight of young martial uncle. He was about to speak when young martial uncle pointed at him. "Lei Yi, if you dare to attack him, then he'll definitely obliterate you. I won't spare you even if our ancestor asks me to. You can try me if you don't believe me." Lei Yi's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. He was about to speak when young martial uncle turned to look at Yang Yi. Are you sure that you want to fight all the geniuses of the prediction line? Let me warn you in advance that I won't save you if you fail. But don't worry, no one can bully you, and no one can break the rules. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, Senior, your main body isn't even here. Young martial uncle replied indifferently, You don't have to worry about that. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed in the direction of Prediction Mountain. What? Does the prediction line have no one capable? Not even a single person is willing to fight me. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the sky, and then a ray of light shot over here. It didn't take long for it to stop, and then a man appeared before Yang Yi. Didn't you want to fight? The man glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Come, let's fight. As you've said, well, fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack, but Yang Yi raised his palm, and a sword floated above his palm. A moment later, a ray of light flashed. Burial. Burial was countless times stronger than it had been in the past, especially after Head comprehended the sword's soul. Moreover, his cultivation had risen as well. So, it could be described as being incomparable. Lei Ye's expression had changed drastically when Yang Yi attacked. He wanted to stop Yang Yi, but an aura suddenly locked onto him. It was the young martial uncle. Meanwhile, the head of that man from the prediction line flew up into the air. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi lowered his sword and gazed at Lei Yi. Can you not send such weaklings to fight me? As soon as these words were spoken, clamorous noise resounded through Prediction Mountain. Yang Yi was openly insulting the prediction line. All of them were hot-blooded, so countless geniuses flew out of the mountain towards the sky. Go back right now. Suddenly, Lei Yi howled with fury, and a powerful aura blasted all of them over 1 kilometer away. Elder Lei, let me fight him. Meanwhile, a young man spoke fiercely. He openly insulted our prediction line. Cut the fucking crap. Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed his sword at the group behind Lei Yi. Stop fucking wasting time too. Just fight me together. I'll fight all of you by myself. I'll teach you some manners. A furious howl resounded, and then a young man shot out of the group and charged at Yang Yi. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword suddenly vanished, and then Lei Ye's expression changed. He was about to stop Yang Yi's attack, but young martial uncle suddenly spoke slowly. Try it. Lei Ye's face fell, and then he gazed at young martial uncle. Meanwhile, a head flew up into the air. Lei Ye's face became extremely unsightly. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi raised his sword and spoke to the others in the group. Didn't the prediction line want to kill me? I'm standing before you right now, so come kill me. Go back. All of you. Right now. Lei Yi shouted with fury. Yang Yi suddenly said, What? You're being cowards now? No one in the entire prediction line has some balls? Fuck you. As soon as a man spoke those words, Yang Yi's sword had vanished. Burial. A ray of light flashed, and the man's head flew up into the air at the same time that his voice resounded through the air. Yang Yi looked at the other members of the prediction line. Who's next? Yang Yi. Suddenly, Lei Yi asked, What do you want? What do I want? Yang Yi gazed at Lei Yi. You're asking me what the fuck I want? Your prediction line kept sending people to kill me as soon as I arrived in the weapon dimension. But not only that, you sent someone to kill me even when I wanted to leave the weapon path. Now, you're asking me what I want? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. I'm right here. Yang Yi gazed at the crowd in the distance. What? Is the prediction line really filled with cowards? If it really is, then just tell me, and I'll leave right away. I'm not the type to bully girls. Their faces turned purple with anger when they heard him. Some of them really couldn't take it and shot at Yang Yi. As soon as they did, the others charged at Yang Yi as well. They couldn't endure it any longer. Lei Ye's expression changed drastically when he saw them charge at Yang Yi, and he was about to stop them. However, Yang Yi suddenly charged at them, and an ethereal white dragon appeared around Yang Yi. The Sky Dragon. As soon as he saw Yang Yi attack, Lei Ye's expression grew even more unsightly. He gazed at young martial uncle. Sure enough, young martial uncle's gaze was on him and was waiting for him to make a move. Aya! Shrill cries resounded incessantly. Lei Yi looked around and saw that Yang Yi was like the reaper amidst the group, and heads flew wherever he passed. He was unstoppable. Yang Yi's strength wasn't something anyone ordinary could resist, and only experts at his realm of cultivation could suppress Yang Yi. As for the younger generation of the prediction line, at the very least, the geniuses here were absolutely no match for Yang Yi. More and more were dying. Lei Yi fell silent. Suddenly, ferocity arose on his face, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and stretched his right hand forward. In an instant, a wave of energy suddenly enveloped Yang Yi's figure. Boom! Yang Yi's figure was blasted over 1 kilometer away. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2050. The Weapon Progenitor. Lei Yi was interfering. He couldn't restrain himself any longer when he saw Yang Yi madly slaughter the geniuses of the prediction line. Because if Yang Yi was allowed to continue, even if their joint forces were able to kill Yang Yi, the prediction line would have suffered terrible losses, and there would be a gap in a generation of experts for them. That was an absolutely lethal blow to the prediction line. So, he had to act. Even if young Marshall Uncle had threatened him, he still had to. Otherwise, even if young Marshall Uncle spared him, the prediction line wouldn't. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, young Marshall Uncle wasn't here, and he had a chance while young Marshall Uncle's main body wasn't here. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There was a blood-red palm print there, and it had injured his internal organs. Ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he looked up at Lei Yi and was about to attack. However, young Marshall Uncle suddenly said, "Stand down." Yang Yi gazed at him, and he spoke indifferently. "Now, it's your turn to watch the show." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down at Lei Yi. Lei Yi's expression changed drastically. He overlapped his palms and pressed them down. Bang! The space around him warped, and a wave of violent energy sprayed out from the warped expanse of space. However, everyone watched with shock as the warped space around Lei Yi instantly collapsed into bits. At the same time, Lei Yi's figure was slammed into Prediction Mountain. Boom! The entire mountain shook violently. However, young Marshall Uncle didn't stop. He was about to charge into Prediction Mountain, but an old man suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The old man glanced at him and asked, "Zhong Yi, is this necessary?" Yang Yi glanced at young Marshall Uncle. "So his name is Zhong Yi." Zhong Yi chuckled and pointed at Yang Yi. "I brought this kid here, but as soon as he arrived here, your prediction line kept targeting him. I didn't mind all of that, because all of them were juniors. If he's killed by the younger generation of the prediction line, then he deserves death." However, Zhong Yi's face turned cold. Your prediction line's younger generation are no match for him, so the older generation was sent instead. Fuck. Do you think my slaughter line is still that easily bullied as it once was? The old man was about to speak when Zhong Yi suddenly pointed at him. "Old dog, don't say I never gave you a chance. Give me Lei Yi's head right now, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, he'll crush the prediction line today." The old man's face was extremely unsightly from being threatened so bluntly. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi suddenly said, "3. He'll count to 3. If I don't see his head, then no one can stop me today." He pointed at Yang Yi. "You count." Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and quickly said, 3, 2, 1. Zhong Yi's eyelids twitched. He glanced at Yang Yi, and he didn't say a word before immediately closing his eyes. In an instant, the space around him trembled, and around 10 breaths of time passed before a ray of light suddenly shot down from deep in space. A moment later, it entered Zhong Yi's body. His main body had arrived. The old man's expression became extremely solemn when he witnessed this. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi opened his eyes. A moment later, he slapped his palm down at the old man. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he hadn't even been able to react before his body was slapped into pieces. Had been killed in an instant. Yang Yi was extremely shocked when he witnessed this, because the old man from before was a half-step Sage Realm expert at the very least. However, had been killed just like that. After he killed the old man in an instant, Zhong Ye's gaze descended upon Prediction Mountain, and then he leaped up, stretched out his right hand, and flipped it. In an instant, a wave of powerful energy enveloped the mountain. At this moment, the entire Prediction Mountain trembled. Obviously, Zhong Yi was really planning on crushing Prediction Mountain. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy surged up from the mountain, and it slammed against Zhong Yi. A cold smile curled up on Zhong Yi's lips. What? You're finally making a move? He flipped his palm and slapped it down once he finished speaking. Bang! The energy was obliterated. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure appeared at the peak of the mountain. It was covered in a ball of white light, so others couldn't see its true appearance at all. Zhong Yi laughed coldly. Han Xian, use your main body. I've been waiting for this battle for almost 1,000 years. Han Xian, the seal master of the prediction line. Han Xian replied. Zhong Yi, you seem very confident in yourself. Confident? Zhong Yi roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before pointing at Han Xian. Han Xian, it's not that I look down upon you, but if our ancestor didn't stop me all those years ago, I would have annihilated the prediction line then. But it's fine. I can still do it today. Zhong Yi waved his hands, and the entire weapon dimension started to tremble. Zhong Yi, don't be rash. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and then an old man arrived here. Besides him, 3 other middle-aged men arrived. They were the seal masters of the other lines. The old man hurriedly said, Zhong Yi, the strength both of you possess is enough to harm the weapon dimension's core. Please think of the entire weapon path. Both Zhong Yi and Han Xian's strengths were at an extremely terrifying level. If they fought, then Prediction Mountain wouldn't be the only one affected. The entire weapon path wouldn't be able to escape harm. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The entire weapon path? Zhong Yi was visibly furious. Why doesn't the prediction line do that? Why didn't all of you step forward and say that when he sent his forces to annihilate my slaughter line? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly, and then a crimson gold spear appeared in his grasp. An instant later, he leaped up and stabbed it at Han Xian. Hiss! At this moment, the entire world became ethereal. At the same time, countless spear images appeared in the sky. They were like a dense storm that surged down at Han Xian and Prediction Mountain. If they were to strike, the entire Prediction Mountain would cease to exist. Han Xian would naturally not allow Zhong Yi to destroy Prediction Mountain. So a sword suddenly shot up into the air and stabbed at the spear images which filled the sky. At the same time, a huge dome of light covered the entire Prediction Mountain, while countless rays of white light shot up into the air. Ridicule curled up on the corners of Zhong Yi's mouth, and then he waved his hands and slapped them down. Bang! The countless spear images in the air instantly sped up and shot down. Boom! 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 In an instant, explosions resounded throughout the surroundings, and the space in a huge area shook. Besides that, the smaller mountains around Prediction Mountain even started to collapse. It was like the end of the world had arrived. The seal masters of the other lines had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to do anything, because they were very well aware that Zhong Yi was only acting against the prediction line right now, but once they attacked him, it would be equivalent to going against Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi was all alone right now, so if he were to go berserk, none of the 5 lines could endure the consequences. The others immediately joined forces to stabilize the space here. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on. The formation around Prediction Mountain had vanished. Obviously, it had been destroyed. At the peak of Prediction Mountain, Zhong Yi's face was growing even fiercer. Han Xian, let's get even for what happened all those years ago. Your prediction line annihilated my slaughter line. Now, I'm going to annihilate your prediction line and make it vanish from this world. Zhong Yi took a step forward, and he hurled his spear forward. At this moment, the entire world had turned ethereal. It was too strong to the point that this world couldn't endure it. One of the old men at the side shook his head, because while the attack was aimed at Han Xian, even if he could resist this attack, at least half of Prediction Mountain would be destroyed by the aftershock. In a battle between 2 extraordinary experts, the aftershock of their battle wasn't something anyone ordinary could endure. Countless members of the prediction line looked up at the sky in terror. If the spear descended, it was obvious that they would die. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the young martial uncle of the slaughter line was. However, right when the spear was about to descend, the surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi frowned and looked up at the sky. Everything had stopped moving there, even Zhong Yi and his spear. A moment of silence ensued before all the energy here vanished. Someone was stopping the battle. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. If he wasn't wrong, it was probably the weapon progenitor. Suddenly, a golden seal floated down from the sky and arrived before Yang Yi. From today onward, Yang Yi is officially my weapon path seal master. What happened here today will end now. Suddenly, Yang Yi pushed away the seal and said, "I'm sorry. I refuse to become the slaughter line seal master." Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2051, of course. Zhong Yi gazed at Yang Yi too. Everyone watched as Yang Yi looked up into the sky and smiled. "Progenitor, my presence in the weapon path doesn't make a difference. But even then, before I leave, I still would like to say something. Does fairness exist in the weapon path?" A long moment of silence ensued before a voice came from above. "Go on." Yang Yi smiled. "Why didn't you show yourself when the prediction line tried to kill me? Yet now, when we the slaughter line want to kill them, you've shown yourself and want us to stop just like that. Progenitor, do you think it's fair?" Young martial uncle remained silent. The others remained silent too. They were silent because they didn't dare to interject. Suddenly, Yang Yi added, "Even if I become the seal master, only others are allowed to attack me, but I can't attack anyone in the weapon path. So, what's the point? As far as I'm concerned, it's pointless. Of course, these are my own complaints. In any case, the weapon path would still be the weapon path without me." He cupped his fist at Zhong Yi and continued, "Senior Zhong Yi, it's not that I refuse to complete our agreement, but am unable to do so. You said that if someone in the weapon path dared to bully me, then you would bully them. Yet now, that half-step sage from before is still alive and well. I'm not blaming you. I just feel that if I stay, I wouldn't know it before I die one day. Farewell." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He didn't hesitate at all. Suddenly, Zhong Yi said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped, and then he gazed at Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi looked up at the sky. "Ancestor, when my slaughter line was annihilated, you weren't in this universe, so I don't blame you. As for when you stopped me from taking revenge, it was to prevent the weapon path from engaging in internal strife, so I don't blame you too. However, now that I want to rebuild the slaughter line, the prediction line still refuses to leave us alone. But when I've acted again, you're stopping me once more. Since that's the case, why keep my slaughter line?" He bowed towards the sky. As that kid, Yang Yi, said, "My presence in the weapon path doesn't make a difference. The weapon path will still be the weapon path without us." He suddenly looked at Han Xian and continued, "From this moment onward, I cease to be a member of the weapon path, and I want to stay in the weapon dimension. However, if I encounter you or anyone from the prediction line outside of the weapon dimension, then I will kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the world." Everyone from the prediction line had an extremely unsightly expression on their faces. Zhong Yi's strength was so terrifying. So, if their ancestor wasn't there to keep him in check, then not to mention the prediction line, even the four clans would probably be unable to endure his revenge. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi wanted to say something, but Zhong Yi shook his head. "Forget it. It's a grieving for me to stay here too. It can't be helped. Our fists aren't large enough. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and intended to take Yang Yi with him. Suddenly, their expressions changed slightly because the scene before them was changing rapidly. Yang Yi was about to act when Zhong Yi's voice resounded in his mind. "Don't resist." Yang Yi immediately stopped. A long time passed before the scene in front of them calmed down. At this moment, they were high above in the clouds. It wasn't the clouds of the weapon dimension. There was an old man with shoulder-length hair, seated cross-legged deep within the clouds. The old man's figure was only faintly visible, and Yang Yi couldn't see his appearance at all. However, Yang Yi had guessed the old man's identity. It was the weapon path's ancestor. Both of you are resentful, the weapon progenitor suddenly said. Of course I'm aware that it's quite unfair to both of you. But what do you expect from me? If I stand on your side, then based on your character, both of you would destroy the entire weapon path, right? They fell silent. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor added, Little Yi, you should be very well aware that the weapon path can endure more internal strife. Because a new era is coming, and not only will the god race appear once more. Some other prehistoric races may show themselves too. We aren't in the same era from the past where everyone was united. All the clans and races govern themselves. If we engage in internal strife, then countless lives in the weapon dimension and even my own may be lost. This is no exaggeration. Zhongyi spoke in a low voice. Ancestor, then why did you allow Han Xian to annihilate my slaughter line? That was an oversight of mine. The weapon progenitor explained. However, do you know why the other lines didn't interfere when the prediction line wanted to annihilate your slaughter line? You know a part of the reason, but you don't know the true reason. The slaughter line's desire for slaughter was too strong. Your disciples looked down on everyone, and they treated themselves as the leader of all lines in the weapon path. Your senior brother wasn't able to manage this well. The weapon progenitor shook his head. I did try to warn him, and I did try to stop it. However, he didn't truly take it seriously. When I went to the ends of space with the progenitors of the Tao path, Buddhist path, and Confucianist path in search of that thing, all those years ago, Han Xian grabbed the opportunity this created and annihilated the slaughter line. I never expected that either. Zhongyi spoke in a low voice. Then why didn't you punish him? The weapon progenitor asked. Is 500 years of imprisonment not enough? Zhongyi frowned slightly. Because he didn't know about it. The weapon progenitor explained. I didn't announce it, so that the prediction line wouldn't be without a leader and get pressured by the other lines. The weapon progenitor suddenly gazed at Yang Yi at this point. In the beginning, I thought you just selected him for fun to look for trouble with the prediction line. So, I didn't give him the real weapon seal. But I never imagined you to be serious, and I never expected the person you chose to be someone so extraordinary. Zhongyi replied. I went to the dead dimension to try my luck, and it just so happened that I met him. The weapon progenitor nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, you have the Daopad's inheritance too, right? Yang Yi nodded. He didn't lie about it because playing tricks before a person like this was undoubtedly foolish. The weapon progenitor asked, What's your name in the Dao path? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi told the truth. The ninth sword. The ninth sword. The weapon progenitor spoke softly. Looks like the Dao progenitor is serious too. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Why were you willing to let me join the weapon path when I'm from the Dao path? The weapon progenitor smiled. Firstly, there's a slight connection between my weapon path and the Dao path. While we aren't allies, our relationship isn't bad. Secondly, why can't someone hold the inheritances of two paths? Yang Yi asked, what if the Dao path and weapon path get into battle? Aren't you afraid that I would help the Dao path? The weapon progenitor grinned. Why should I think like that? As far as I'm concerned, if such a day comes and you side with my weapon path, then wouldn't we gain another powerful expert's support? Yang Yi glanced at the weapon progenitor. I admire your optimism. His admiration came from the heart. Many people, including himself, would think negatively at most times. It wasn't that negative thoughts were bad. It just meant that a person would be comparatively lonely as a result of it. The weapon progenitor sized up Yang Yi and said, Since both of you are being so serious, then I have to be serious too. He flicked a golden seal over to Yang Yi. It's the true weapon seal of the slaughter line, and it's ranked at the third amongst the seals of all 6 lines. It contains a technique that's perfect for you. Zhongyi added, Very perfect. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then he said, I'm not someone who acts insensibly, and I understand the kindness you are showing me. However, if I stay in the weapon path and represent the slaughter line, the prediction line and the other lines will definitely try to scheme against me. I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid that if they attack and I fight back, then you don't allow me to again. If only they can attack me, but I can't fight back. It's too aggrieving and against both my sword Dao and heart. Zhong Ye's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. The weapon progenitor suddenly said, "You don't have to worry. Possessing that represents that you have my acknowledgement, so the other lines won't look for trouble with you. At the very least, they won't do so openly. Moreover, after what Zhong Yi did, they will be even more afraid to look for trouble with you." Yang Yi shrugged. "I'm still a little afraid." Zhong Ye's eyelids twitched. This kid is up to his tricks again. Who was the weapon progenitor? How could he possibly not know what Yang Yi was thinking? So, he sized up Yang Yi and flicked a golden talisman to Yang Yi. "It contains a strand of my divine sense. Even though it can't kill a sage, even a sage will be forced to retreat before it. Is that all right?" Yang Yi smiled and quickly took it. Of course it's all right." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and added, "Ancestor, we're part of the same family now. So, I'm sure you're able to discern that an evil treasure is following me. It has been following me for a long time. So can you help me destroy it?" Would he even dare? Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind Yang Yi, and then a blood-red face appeared not too far behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi's hair stood on end. What the heck is this evil treasure? There's a progenitor in front of me. She doesn't even fear a progenitor? A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2052, Martial Emperor Academy. It doesn't even fear a progenitor? This time, Yang Yi was really shocked, because he was standing before the weapon progenitor, but the evil treasure wasn't afraid at all. In an instant, Yang Yi felt that he was in deep trouble. The surroundings fell silent. The blood-red face laughed coldly behind Yang Yi, and it was quite horrifying. Suddenly, the weapon progenitor waves his right hand. Bang! An explosion resounded behind Yang Yi, and then the blood-red face warped with pain. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he saw the weapon progenitor act against it, but the weapon progenitor suddenly stopped. The weapon progenitor spoke indifferently. "Don't think that no one in this world dares to kill you just because of your slightly special identity. Not to mention something like you. Even the heavens won't survive if it courts death." The blood-red face spoke ferociously. "Old man, we have a long time ahead of us." It vanished once it finished speaking. However, Yang Yi could sense that it wasn't gone at all, and it was hiding behind him, just like it always was. Yang Yi gazed at the weapon progenitor and laughed bitterly. "What is that thing? Even you can't do anything about it?" The weapon progenitor fell silent for a short while before he said, "Some things are better left not unknown to you for now. You just have to remember that while it's difficult to deal with, you're not ordinary either. So, you don't have to fear it. I'm sure that it'll fall into its own trap soon enough." Yang Yi rolled his eyes. He was just beating around the bush and didn't explain anything. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor suddenly said, "The weapon path needs peace. Not just the two of you, but the other lines as well. Good luck." He vanished once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the scene before them started to change, and they were on the peak of Prediction Mountain just 15 minutes later. At this moment, there wasn't anyone here. Zhong Yi said, "Go to Martial Emperor Academy. No one from the weapon path will look for trouble with you for now. Once you get to Martial Emperor Academy, it's best if you keep a low profile. People who are arrogant there are usually the first to vanish. We should be arrogant when we should, but we also should stay humble when we should." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." Zhong Yi, once you join Martial Emperor Academy, other powers won't be able to interfere. So, if you die, we can only bury you. Remember that you only have two goals. The originate and see if you're able to gain a position in the academy. He patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Be careful." Zhong Yi vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi frowned. His intuition told him that Martial Emperor Academy wasn't a good place at all. However, he didn't have much choice. Moreover, he wanted to have a look at that place and the originite there. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was about to leave when he thought of something, and he went to Gracious Mountain. An old man was sweeping the floor outside the third palace on Gracious Mountain. It was Elder Yuan. Yang Yi smiled. Elder Yuan. Sweeping? Elder Yuan spoke indifferently. You think I'm sweeping? Yang Yi fell silent. Elder Yuan said, What? Do you need something? Yang Yi smiled. I just wanted to let you know that I'm leaving. Elder Yuan asked, Martial Emperor Academy? Yang Yi nodded. Elder Yuan spoke softly. Martial Emperor Academy is filled with geniuses. Besides all the races and 4 top clans, there are some other mysterious races in there. So, be careful. Yang Yi replied, I will. Take care. Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave. However, Elder Yuan suddenly flicked a jade slip over to Yang Yi. There's a person called Shinshio there. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan and waited for more information. Elder Yuan glanced at Yang Yi. You're still not leaving? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. He bowed slightly and said, Take care. Yang Yi vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Elder Yuan shook his head and smiled. Martial Emperor Academy. It's going to be lively once that kid gets there. He glanced at the surroundings and continued, I'll be soon. After he left Gracious Mountain, Yang Yi flew out of the weapon dimension on his sword. Once they found out that Yang Yi had left, countless people in the weapon dimension heaved sighs of relief. They hadn't taken Yang Yi seriously in the beginning, but after what had happened, they noticed that they'd far underestimated the new seal master of the slaughter line. He was a madman. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi and Zhong Yi were madmen who completely ignored the consequences. Now, the madman was gone. The weapon dimension could be in peace once more. Yang Yi shot through the distant starry sky on his sword. The Martial Emperor Academy. Since he arrived in the large universe, Yang Yi noticed that this world was boundless and filled with all sorts of things. All the races, the 4 top clans, the God race, the prehistoric civilization, and Martial Emperor Academy. The organizations in the large universe had a very complicated relationship, and Yang Yi was clearly quite insignificant before them. Strength. Powerful strength. Yang Yi looked into the depths of the universe, and resolve gradually appeared in his eyes. Work hard. Yang Yi sped up. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness into his body. The golden seal the weapon progenitor gave him was in front of him. It was the true weapon seal of the slaughter line. Yang Yi flicked a drop of blood into it, and then it instantly shot into his forehead. A short while later, some information had appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Imperial Crusher. No rank. An emperor among fist techniques. A single punch can crush the world. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes again. Imperial Crusher. He hadn't expected it to be a fist technique. Currently, all had learned were sword techniques. While he did know some fist techniques, they were far from being capable of keeping up with him. So, he never used fist techniques in battle, and he either used sword techniques or just punched. A fist technique. Imperial Crusher. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Just as the weapon progenitor had said, it was very suitable for him. However, he didn't learn it immediately, because the prediction line had delayed him, or it should be said that he may be late. A day later, Yang Yi finally stopped traveling. At this moment, he was still in the starry sky, and he saw a city at the end of his field of vision. It stood within the starry sky while a huge blue barrier of light floated above it. Flying swords were swishing through the barrier from time to time. A solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face when he saw it, because he noticed that the weakest among those swords was at the sage rank. How rich! Yang Yi shook his head. If he were being honest, he felt like robbing them. Yang Yi restrained the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and then he shot towards the city. When he arrived around 3 kilometers away from it, a sword suddenly shot down from the barrier of light above the city. A moment later, it appeared before Yang Yi, and its tip was pointed at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "May I know who you are?" Yang Yi flicked a golden invitation to the young man. The weapon path's Yang Yi. "I'm here to report my arrival." The weapon path? The young man was stunned. He asked, You're here to join the academy? Yang Yi nodded. A weird expression appeared on the young man's face. The opening ceremony is over. You're late. Yang Yi asked. I can't go in? The young man hesitated for a moment and replied, Not really. Wait a minute. Let me ask about it. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. As for the sword in front of Yang Yi, it straightened itself and stopped pointing itself at Yang Yi. However, it didn't leave and just floated there. Obviously, it was watching Yang Yi. As he gazed at the sword, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and patted his chest. A moment later, a small head emerged from there. Snowy blinked and then glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and pointed at the sword. A treasure. Snowy glanced at it, and then her eyes lit up slightly. She nodded to indicate that she thought so too. Yang Yi spoke softly. Trick it. Talk with it and ask it to come with us. All right? Snowy blinked, gazed at the sword, and then started waving her claws about. A short while passed before the sword trembled in response. Some time passed before Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at the white barrier of light in the sky. Yang Yi glanced at it. The sword meant that it couldn't leave, and it had to stay on duty. That was roughly what it meant. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Then ask it when it isn't on duty? Snowy gazed at the sword and started communicating with it. Just like that, Yang Yi figured out what the sword was saying after Snowy relayed it to him. It was free at night. Yang Yi wanted to say more to it, but a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man, and the latter sized him up and asked, Why didn't you come earlier? Yang Yi replied, I was delayed due to certain reasons. The middle-aged man nodded. I understand. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. So the academy isn't that difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the middle-aged man added, Go back to where you came from. If you're still here 15 minutes from now, the swords will kill you. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2053, Librarian. Yang Yi seemed visibly embarrassed. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man turned around and left. Yang Yi looked off into the distance and was stunned on the spot. Am I supposed to leave just like this? Suddenly, the young man from before appeared once more in front of Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, Brother, you're really bold to have dared to be late. Luckily, you haven't joined the academy, otherwise, you'd definitely suffer for acting like this. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It can't be helped. I was delayed due to certain reasons. The young man hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, you still have a chance. Huh? Yang Yi gazed at the young man. What chance? The young man explained. There's a library in the academy, and it's called the Worlds. Now, it's recruiting librarians. So, you can give it a chance. Once 5 years pass and the academy is recruiting again, you can apply to join the academy. A librarian? Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. He wants me to be a librarian? The young man nodded. It's a very simple job. You just record who borrowed what, and then go look for those people who haven't returned their books on time. It's really very simple. What do you think? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He was about to refuse, but the young man added, Brother, just think about it. If you leave now, what would those who back you think? I think that getting an invitation was probably not easy for them, right? How disappointed would they be if you leave now? Yang Yi thought for a moment. True, if I go back now, it would definitely be embarrassing. After all, Zhong Yi had gone to great lengths to get him the admission letter. Meanwhile, the young man hurriedly added, If you work in the library and do well to the point that an instructor likes you, then perhaps you'll be able to immediately join the academy. True, Yang Yi thought for a while before he nodded. As far as he was concerned, getting into the academy's grounds for now was the most important. A wisp of happiness flashed through the young man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi nod, but it vanished in an instant. The young man hurriedly said, Brother, please come with me. He hurriedly led the way once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the young man and just followed him. Yang Yi followed the young man and arrived safely before the city's entrance. There were 3 large black words above the entrance: Martial Emperor City. Martial Emperor City? Yang Yi sized up the city. It wasn't huge and could only accommodate around 100,000 people. Once they entered the city, Yang Yi noticed that there weren't many people in the city. Yang Yi gazed at the young man. Brother Qin Lang. Who are they? Yang Yi had gotten to know the young man's name while they chatted earlier. Qin Lang smiled. Most of them are the family of students and instructors. As for some others, they are outsiders, but they are no ordinary outsiders. Most of them are special people. For example, formation experts, talisman experts, equipment refinement experts. In short, those allowed into Martial Emperor City are no ordinary people. Yang Yi fell silent. He glanced at the city, and he knew that it was no ordinary city. Meanwhile, Qin Lang suddenly said, "This is Martial Emperor Academy." Yang Yi looked up and was stunned. He gazed at Qin Lang. "Are you sure?" Yang Yi was shocked because the entrance to the academy was truly too ordinary. It was a bamboo door, and there were 3 words on it: Martial Emperor Academy. Yang Yi hadn't looked carefully behind the bamboo door yet. Qin Lang smiled. "My reaction was just like yours. Come on, you'll get used to it." Qin Lang entered once he finished speaking. The scene before Yang Yi's eyes instantly changed once he passed through the bamboo door. A mountain range. At this moment, they were in a boundless mountain range, and it simply seemed endless. "Let's go." Qin Lang smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light appeared beneath his feet, and then he vanished into the distance. Yang Yi immediately followed him. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped. There were golden buildings not too far ahead, and from this angle, it seemed like the buildings and mountains formed the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper formation. Meanwhile, Qin Lang smiled. "It's extremely powerful. I heard that mysterious spirits are being held beneath each of the 7 peaks. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to see those spirits." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Qin Lang smiled. "Because no one dares to cause trouble here." Qin Lang sped up once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the mountains and followed Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't take Yang Yi to any of the 7 peaks, and he led Yang Yi to a smaller mountain at a corner. It wasn't very far from the 7 main peaks, and it was one of the other mountains in the mountain range. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The 7 peaks were the main peaks, and there were countless other mountains surrounding them. There was a black tower on this mountain, and light coiled around its top. Qin Lang led Yang Yi to the black tower and said, "This is the world's, our academy's library. There are countless ancient books in it, and they have records of all kinds of strange and miraculous things. It can be said that it's the most complete library in our universe." Yang Yi asked, "All of them are available to everyone?" "Of course not." Qin Lang grinned. "It has 4 levels, and every single level contains different records. The higher level has the most ancient and rarest records. As for entering the library to read or borrow books, it requires student points." Yang Yi was puzzled. Student points? Qin Lang had a solemn expression on his face. Student points are linked to every student's fate in the academy. There are no limits to student points, and you can earn them through monthly tests, like written tests and combat tests. Besides that, you can gain them from missions. However, while there are no upper limits, there is a lower limit. Every 6 months, the academy will expel all students who don't possess enough student points. If a student doesn't have 90 points when the time comes, that student will be immediately expelled. He spoke bitterly at this point. Just being expelled isn't that bad, but it doesn't end there. The names of every expelled student will be recorded on the Pillar of Shame on Martial Mountain. Sigh, it's such an embarrassment, not only to the person, but to that person's clan and organization. Because information about the person like the name, clan, organization, etc. are recorded too. Anyway, it's horrible. Yang Yi smiled. He felt that these rules were quite interesting, and it was capable of really motivating the students to work hard. Meanwhile, Qin Lang said, "Brother Yang, come with me. I'll introduce you to everything." As he spoke, he led Yang Yi to the first level of worlds. There was a small stone table at the entrance, and a thick black scroll was on the table. Qinlang explained, Brother Yang, you'll go report your name to the higher-ups later, and then you'll be a librarian. Librarians are compensated, and you'll get 5 student points every month. You can use them to exchange for a lot of things. It can be said that so long as you possess enough student points, even sage rank treasures and techniques, or even treasures and techniques above the sage rank can be yours. However, most people aren't able to afford them. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinlang didn't wait for Yang Ye's reply and continued, Your job is very simple. It's to record the names of those who come to borrow books or read them. 30 points for the first level, 60 points for the... In short, everything is recorded in detail within the black scroll before you. You just have to work according to the rules. Remember that you should never offend anyone because you're just a trainee now, so you aren't protected by the academy. However, you'll be acknowledged by the academy in 2 weeks. At that time, no one will dare to act against you for no reason. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Brother Qinlang, the librarian before me, was it you? Qinlang's face stiffened, and then he nodded. I knew it. Yang Yi glanced at Qinlang. Brother Qinlang, where do you plan to go now? Qinlang chuckled. I've been working here for 3 years. Coupled with some missions I've completed, I've accumulated some student points, and they are sufficient for me to remove my name from the pillar of shame. Yang Yi was astounded. You? Qinlang nodded. I was a student of the academy, but due to certain reasons, I didn't have sufficient points and was expelled. However, I didn't leave, and I found a job here instead. Or I should say that I found many jobs, like patrolling the area outside the academy. You encountered me earlier because I was on patrol. He took a deep breath and continued, Now, I have sufficient points. Once I remove my name from that pillar, I plan to cultivate behind closed doors for some time, and then take the exam to join the academy again. Men should stand back up where they fall, right? Yang Yi smiled and nodded. I support you. Qinlang roared with laughter and flicked a card onto the table before Yang Yi. There are 5 points in there. Take it as a gift from me. Don't refuse because it won't be long before you realize how helpful those 5 points are to you. Brother Yang, see you. He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Yang Yi smiled, shook his head, and looked towards the side, the worlds. A librarian. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2054. Taking up an old profession. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings. It was empty. He saw nothing. Actually, some small worlds were hidden here, and it was where those books resided. As for the black scroll in front of him, it was the key to the library. However, he didn't have any authority. When others came to read or borrow books, he just had to use the key to open the entrance to the library. To make it sound nicer, it was the job of a librarian. To be blunt, it was no different from an odd job. However, Yang Yi didn't mind all of that. As far as he was concerned, he just wanted to get some points. Because he wanted to read the books in the library, especially the 4th level. Reading the books there required 3,000 points. Moreover, only that number of points only gave a person 15 minutes to read there. If one wanted to borrow a book from the 4th level, it required 5,000 points. Moreover, it had to be returned in a day, but he was only getting 5 points per month. Obviously, he had to get points through other means. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked out of the tower. 2 rays of light descended from the sky, and a man and a woman appeared before Yang Yi. They were probably students of the academy, but Yang Yi was surprised because they were only at the No Dao realm, just like him. A short while later, they arrived in front of Yang Yi. The man sized up Yang Yi and said, New here? Yang Yi nodded. The man nodded slightly and flicked a silver card to Yang Yi. We want to enter the tuned level for 15 minutes. Yang Yi quickly glanced at the black scroll before him, and then he lightly swiped the man's card against the scroll. A moment later, a ray of silver light flickered on the card. Yang Yi passed it back to the man. The man didn't say anything and just intended to enter with the woman. However, Yang Yi hurriedly stopped them. Only one of you can go in. The man had only paid for a single person. So, If the woman followed him in, it would be fraud. If it was discovered, both of them may be just punished lightly, but he would definitely suffer severe punishment. The man frowned when he heard Yang Yi. I've paid the student points. Yang Yi replied, I know, but you only paid for one person. The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Where's Qin Lang? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. Why? 2 people can go in with a single person's student points if he's in charge? The man wanted to say more, but the woman flicked a silver card to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just swiped it and returned it to her. She glanced at him and said, Want to make a bet? Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? She walked over to him. You won't live more than 3 days from now. Will you accept this bet? I won't live for more than 3 days? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Why? She replied, No reason. I just bet you won't live for more than 3 days. Don't worry, we won't do it now. So, do you agree? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Since you're so confident, then let's do it. Give me 100 student points if I'm still alive in 3 days, all right? 100 points were a huge number of points. Their expressions changed when they heard Yang Yi, and the woman smiled. All right, we'll wait and see. She turned around and entered the once level once she finished speaking. The man glanced at Yang Yi. You brought this upon yourself. He turned around and followed her. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He walked out of the library and soared up slowly into the sky. It didn't take long for him to arrive high above, and he looked down at the ground below. This mountain had a single building, the world's library. A forest surrounded the library. In the beginning, Yang Yi felt that the forest was just ordinary, but it didn't take long for him to notice that energy was fluctuating through the forest. Another formation. Yang Yi moved his gaze to the library down below. While it seemed to be empty, Yang Yi was sure that if he dared to misuse his position, then he would be discovered immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and returned to the ground. At the same time, the man and woman walked outside. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then ignored them and returned to his table. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he would play with them if he was happy, but if he wasn't, then he had no time to waste on them. Being ignored by Yang Yi caused their faces to fall. The man walked over to Yang Yi. Now, I've changed my mind. Add me into the bet between you and young Miss Meng-Yin, all right? You'll definitely agree because if you survive 3 days, you'll get another 100 student points for nothing. How could you possibly refuse that, right? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, How does this benefit you? The man smiled. It doesn't. I just think it's fun, all right? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm quite disappointed in Martial Emperor Academy. I thought experts would be hiding everywhere here, and it would be a place I have to be cautious in. But now it seems like it isn't much different to the world outside. It's full of weaklings. The man's face instantly became icy cold. What? You want to die right now? He slowly clenched his right hand as he spoke. Meanwhile, the woman, Meng-Yin, spoke abruptly, Brother Gao Yu. Why make a fuss about things with someone like him? If you kill him, while the academy won't expel you, you won't be able to avoid being confined to a room. Moreover, the points you've accumulated with great difficulty may be taken completely. As she spoke, she glanced at Yang Yi and continued, Killing you will dirty my hands, and that's the only reason why you're still alive. Yang Yi shook his head. A senior of mine told me to keep a low profile here, and I felt that I should do that too. But now it seems like there's no need for that. The people here flaunt their strength much more than I do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. Suddenly, an old man appeared not too far away from them. Meng-Yin and Gao Yu's faces changed slightly upon catching sight of the old man, and then they bowed respectfully to him before leaving. They were extremely swift and seemed like they were fleeing. Yang Yi was stunned. He gazed at the old man. Who is this old man? Meanwhile, the old man sized up Yang Yi and flicked a golden card to Yang Yi. The tuned level. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi nodded, and then he swiped the card. The old man turned around and entered the tower. It only took a moment for the old man's figure to vanish. Meanwhile, a delicate voice resounded from not too far away. You're the new librarian? Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a woman in a violet dress was looking at him. She seemed to be around the age of 15 or 16. While she seemed quite young, she was extremely gorgeous to the point that just a glance at her would imprint her looks in a person's heart. Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. Yes. A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth, and her eyes curved into two crescents. Let's discuss something, all right? Yang Yi smiled. What is it? She walked over to Yang Yi and grinned. I want to take a look at the 3-word level, but I don't have points. She revealed a bitter and pitiable expression when she spoke up to this point. Yang Yi wasn't affected by it at all. You can go earn them. There are many ways to earn them, she replied, but it's really slow. Yang Yi shrugged. I can't help with that. After all, I'm really poor too. She blinked. Why don't you just let me in? All right? No. Yang Yi refused decisively. Even though he was the librarian here, it was just a position that had no authority. He had nothing to do with the books in the library. She puckered her lips and replied, Fine. Yang Yi thought she would leave, but she actually swaggered off towards the library. She ignored him. Yang Yi would naturally not let her enter the tower. Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her when she was about to enter, and then he smiled. Little sister, you aren't thinking about entering by force, right? Her brilliant smile still remained on her face as she replied, That's exactly what I'm planning. Yang Ye's smile remained on his face. Then why don't you give it a try? She suddenly stretched out her hand and tapped it against Yang Ye's chest. In the beginning, Yang Yi was indifferent to it, but his expression changed drastically just a moment later. It was because his chest had cracked open. Yang Yi hurriedly retreated around 10 steps back. However, her finger was still against his chest. Yang Ye's chest started to crack more and more swiftly, and blood was seeping out. She gazed at him while a smile still remained on her face, but it seemed quite ghastly right now. Suddenly, Yang Yi slammed a punch forward. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes, and she slapped her other palm against Yang Ye's fist. Bam! An explosion resounded, and she was blasted around 300 m away. She glanced at her palm, and then looked up at Yang Yi. Wow, you're not ordinary. Come on, let's continue. Suddenly, a sword pressed against her forehead. She was stunned on the spot. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You've wasted too much of my time and energy. I think you should compensate me for that. Yes, 100 points will be enough. Huh, you don't want to? Hiss. The sword entered her forehead slightly, and a drop of blood seeped out and flowed down slowly. Earlier, Yang Yi had been thinking about how he should earn points, but he hadn't thought of anything until now. He decided to take up an old profession of his, stealing from the rich. Chapter 2055. A Waste of Talent. A bead of blood slowly rolled down her nose. In the end, it stopped on her upper lip. At the same time, she suddenly stretched out her tongue and licked it. It was quite a seductive move, and it was scary as well, because there was an indescribably strange smile on her face. However, Yang Ye's face was calm and wasn't affected by it at all. He knew that she wasn't ordinary, but Yang Yi was someone who'd experienced all sorts of things in life. What did he ever fear? Actually, he did fear some things, like the evil treasure. It really gave him quite the headache. Meanwhile, the woman smiled. Big brother, your attack was really fast. I wasn't even able to react. However, it was because I didn't expect you to be so fast. If I was prepared, then What? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her and said, Hurry up, give me 100 points, and I'll let you prepare yourself before we fight. However, if you lose, you'll have to give me another 100 points. Her face stiffened. Are you a bandit? Yang Yi replied indifferently, Of course not. Do I look like one? I'm just taking from the rich to give to the poor. Look, I'm so poor. So shouldn't you donate a little to me? She blinked and said, So you can even seek donations when you're poor? Yang Yi nodded. So, are you going to give it to me or not? As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his right hand slightly, and another bead of blood rolled down the woman's face. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she flicked a silver card at Yang Yi. There are 300 points in there. Big brother, do you dare to take them? Yang Yi picked up the card and said, Give me another one of these cards. She did as he told her and gave Yang Yi another card. Yang Yi swiped the cards against each other, and then he passed one of them to her. A person's word should always be kept. I said I'd take 100 points, so I did. Now, you can leave. Yang Yi lowered his sword once he finished speaking. Suddenly, she stretched her hand forward and tried to grab Yang Ye's throat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his hand and swung his sword down. Bang! The woman was blasted over 300 m away. As soon as she stopped herself, the ground below her feet shook violently. Actually, it should be said that the entire mountain trembled violently, and this clearly displayed how terrifying Yang Ye's attack was. The woman glanced at her hand. It was covered in blood. She looked up at Yang Yi and said, "Amazing." She was about to attack again, but Yang Yi raised his hand slightly and a sword appeared on his palm. At this moment, rays of light coiled around Yang Yi, and a powerful aura of the sword slammed down upon her. However, he controlled it so that it only enveloped her and didn't leak to the world outside. Otherwise, it would definitely alarm the academy. The woman's face stiffened when Yang Ye's aura enveloped her, and a short while passed before she suddenly relaxed her tightly clenched fists. She spoke with dejection, "So I'm so weak. I can't even defeat a librarian." Yang Yi suddenly lowered his sword and spoke indifferently, "You're not weak." He turned around and walked towards the tower. "Then why?" Her voice suddenly came from behind him. "It's because I'm too strong." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was already behind the stone table with his eyes closed. He seemed like he'd gone to sleep. The woman was stunned for quite some time. Suddenly, she ran over to Yang Yi and slapped a silver card on the table. "Teach me how to use the sword, all right? This is my tuition fee. There are 500 points there." Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at her. "Why do you want to train in the sword?" She replied, "Because it's strong. I've been training in the martial Tao for so long, but I'm no match for you. Since that's the case, isn't it better to train in the sword Tao?" Yang Yi was quite the headache when he heard this. "You can't defeat me, so you want to learn the sword. So what if you can't defeat someone else in the future? What if that person uses the saber? Are you going to train in the saber then?" She replied with a question, "Can I?" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, she said, "In any case, I, Li Shui, will only train in what's strong." She placed her hands on the stone table and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Is my tuition fee too low? It's fine. Just tell me a number, and I'll go trick." "Oh no, I meant I'll go earn it." She blushed slightly when she spoke up to this point, but it didn't take long for her to recover. Yang Yi shook his head. "I refuse." "Why?" She was slightly angry, but as soon as she remembered that she was no match for the man who stood in front of her, her anger couldn't help but dwindle. "Why?" Yang Yi replied, "I only know how to kill. I don't know how to teach." Her eyes lit up. "Kill but not teach. Amazing." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "What did you do when you hit my chest earlier?" That attack of hers had almost shattered his body. She smiled. "It's amazing, right? That was my unique ultimate move. I converge my energy into a single point, and it can destroy everything around it. Right? I can't tell you more. It's a secret." Yang Yi nodded. "It's very good, but your physical strength is a little weak." Bam. Suddenly, she slapped her palms down against the stone table, and she roared angrily, "You said I'm weak?" Suddenly, a sword appeared before her neck. "Can you talk properly?" She blinked, and then smiled with embarrassment. "I got excited. I got a little excited." Yang Yi lowered his sword and said, "You think your body isn't weak?" "Of course," Li Shui hurriedly said. "In the academy, or at least in our class, my physical strength is the strongest." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Then how about we make a bet? I'll fight you with physical strength and won't use my sword. If I win, you'll give me 100 points. All right?" Li Shui asked. "You really won't use your sword?" Yang Yi nodded. "Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Li Shui suddenly asked. "But what if you lose?" Yang Yi replied, "I'll give you 100 points as well." Li Shui muttered, "But that's mine." Yang Yi gazed at her. She hurriedly said, "All right, let's compete in physical strength." But how will we compete? Yang Yi replied, you attack me, and I won't use the sword. It's just that simple. Li Shui agreed, all right? As soon as she finished, she was about to attack him. However, Yang Yi glared at her. Go outside. Li Shui smiled with embarrassment and went outside with Yang Yi. She was quite impatient, so she immediately charged at Yang Yi and slammed a punch at him. Even though Li Shui had a petite figure, her strength was quite shocking, and it even carried a wave of pressure. However, her strength seemed quite weak to a professional body cultivator like Yang Yi. Yang Yi slammed his fist forward. Bang! The pressure that came from Li Shui's fist instantly vanished without a trace, and Li Shui herself was blasted backwards repeatedly. She glanced at her fist while standing far away from Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Why? Yang Yi asked, do you still want to continue? Li Shui fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she sat on the ground, wrapped her arms around her legs, and seemed like life had no meaning to her. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, are you feeling really useless from losing to me? She looked up at Yang Yi while tears could be seen welling up in her eyes. Yang Yi shook his head. I really don't know how you've gotten this far when you're acting like this from the slightest setback. She immediately stood up. She wanted to say something, but Yang Yi shook his head. Give me the points and leave. Oomph. Li Shui flickered her card to Yang Yi, and she left after Yang Yi took 100 points from her. I'll be back. Li Shui's voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi ignored her. He just sat down on his stone chair and closed his eyes. Li Shui stomped her feet when she saw Yang Yi actually ignore her. In the end, she glared angrily at him and vanished into the sky. Once she left, the old man from before walked out. He glanced at Yang Yi while he passed by. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes and nodded slightly to the old man. What a waste of talent! As soon as he finished speaking, he left the library and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shrugged and closed his eyes again. In the primordial pagoda, his current objective was to learn the Imperial Crusher. Even though it was bad to learn too much, Yang Yi didn't know many techniques right now. Especially physical combat techniques, the Imperial Crusher was the only technique he owned. His physical strength was sufficiently strong, so if he used this fist technique, it would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Just like that, time trickled by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. However, only 2 days had passed in the outside world. During these 2 days, there had been people who came to borrow and read in the library, but nothing special occurred. On the 3rd day, a man and a woman appeared outside the tower. It was Meng Yin and Gao Yu whom Yang Yi had made a bet with the other day. Yang Yi had clearly noticed their arrival, and he opened his eyes to look at them. He saw a cold smile on both their faces. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he stood up and started walking slowly in their direction. Do both of you have an inflated sense of strength, or am I, Yang Yi, not holding the blade? Oh wait, I mean the sword? Chapter 2056, I'm afraid I'll get addicted. Chapter 2056, I'm afraid I'll get addicted. Gao Yu was stunned when he heard Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. 2 rays of light shot down from high above. A short while later, a woman in a green dress appeared before them, and there was another woman in a violet dress by her side. The woman was Li Shui. Yang Yi frowned slightly upon seeing her. What's that annoying girl doing here? Meng Yin and Gao Yu's expressions changed slightly at the sight of them. They hurriedly went over, and Gao Yu smiled. Senior sisters, are you here to read too? The woman in a green dress nodded slightly with quite a cold expression on her face. Li Shui glanced at them and smiled. What? You're here to read too? Gao Yu shook his head slightly. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, We're here to get even with him. Get even with him? Li Shui was stunned and asked curiously, Why? Gao Yu grinned. It's nothing. We just made a bet with this new librarian a few days ago. We bet that he won't live more than 3 days, and today's the 3rd day. So, we're here to deal with that. Li Shui blinked and said, You mean both of you are here to kill him? Gao Yu shook his head slightly. Killing costs student points. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Help us save our points and kill yourself, all right? You'll be able to avoid suffering too. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he gazed at Li Shui. I have a question. Is the cost of killing in this damnable place just some student points? Li Shui smiled. You can't kill them. If you do, it isn't just a few student points that you'll lose. You'll be severely punished as well. Because you're not a student of the academy. But if they kill you, they can resolve the matter with student points. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Suddenly, Li Shui added, but if you leave this place and go somewhere else, in other words, if you leave the academy, then the academy won't interfere. Because the academy has stated that if a student goes out of the academy and gets killed, it's because the student lacks strength and deserves to die. Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Suddenly, Gao Yu smiled. Why don't we go out and fight to the death? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I really don't understand. The conflict between us is quite minor. So why do you have to try and kill me? As far as he was concerned, they should have received a good education, so their mentality and intelligence were definitely not inferior. Gao Yu smiled. Are you begging for mercy? Yang Yi shook his head. Talking to you makes me feel like you're making me as stupid as you. Gao Yu's face became icy cold. Cultivators should eliminate anything that makes them feel unhappy. You made us unhappy that day, so it may create inner demons for us one day. In order to prevent that, we naturally have to eliminate you. Yang Yi chuckled. I see. If that's the case, let's go. Yang Yi gazed at Li Shui. Help me take care of the library, all right? She blinked. Do I get anything from doing that? Yang Yi shook his head. No. He walked into the library and brought Tianxiu out of the pagoda. He rubbed her head and said, Help me take care of this place, all right? She spoke softly. Can Snowy accompany me? Of course she couldn't. After all, that evil treasure was still had its eyes on him. Yang Yi was about to speak when Tianxiu spoke softly. How long will it take you to get back? Yang Yi smiled. A short while. She nodded. Okay. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Aren't you afraid? She looked up at Yang Yi. Afraid of what? Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled. Nothing. He withdrew a sword, the sword supreme, and placed it on the stone table. Keep this to protect yourself. Tianxiu didn't refuse and nodded. All right. Yang Yi rubbed her head and walked out of the tower. He naturally wasn't worried about Tianxiu. She was extremely mysterious, and he had the feeling that even if he attacked her, he probably wouldn't be able to kill her. It was a very absurd feeling, because she seemed like an absolutely ordinary person. However, that was what made it extraordinary. Tianxiu watched Yang Yi vanish into the sky. After that, she glanced at the sword on the stone table and tapped it lightly. It trembled slightly and seemed to be responding to her. Tianxiu turned and glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, a wave of powerful force appeared out of thin air and pushed her out of the tower. The world's library naturally had a spirit of its own, otherwise, the academy would never just allow a single person to take care of it. Moreover, it wasn't just strong, so the academy was willing to let just a single person take care of it. But at this moment, the library clearly didn't welcome Tianxiu's presence. Outside the tower, Tianxiu stared at the library, and a short while passed before she sat on the ground. She put her arms around her knees and fell silent. Meanwhile, the Sword Supreme flew over to her and shook slightly. She looked up at the Sword Supreme and asked, Why do others hate me so much? The Sword Supreme shook to respond to her. A short while passed before Tianxiu spoke softly. Is it because they're afraid of me? Yang Yi and the others left Martial Emperor City and arrived in the boundless starry sky. Dazzling stars filled the surroundings. They were like specks of sand in the ocean as they stood here. They were so tiny. Yang Yi gazed at Meng Yin and Gao Yu. Go on. You first. Gao Yu smiled. Otherwise, you may not have a chance. Yang Yi nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword started to float above his palm. It was judgment. Now, his cultivation had risen tremendously, so it wasn't that difficult for him to use judgment anymore. Once Yang Yi drew his sword, Li Shuishui's eyes lit up, and the woman by her side had a solemn expression on her face. She wasn't the only one. Gao Yu and Meng Yin had solemn expressions on their faces too. An expert's strength was evident once the expert made a move. At this instant, they stopped looking down on Yang Yi. But at this moment, Yang Yi's sword vanished. A ray of light which was thin as a hair flashed through space. Gao Yu's hairs were standing on end, and then his profound energy surged madly within him. A ray of dazzling light swept out from within him, but as soon as it came into contact with the ray of light, a hole was instantly sliced open in it. Hiss! The sound of space being torn open resounded. A few moments later, the surroundings returned to calm. Everyone gazed at Gao Yu, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi. He hadn't even finished speaking before his body cracked open like a shattered ceramic pot, and he instantly transformed into pieces that shot off into space. Meng Yin's face instantly turned pale at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Li Shuai used her elbow to bump the woman on her side. "Big sis, will you? What do you think? I wasn't lying, right?" The woman glanced at Li Shuai and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Meng Yin, and the latter said, "I admit defeat." "Admit defeat?" Yang Yi was stunned and said, "Aren't you worried about your mental state? What if it causes inner demons?" Meng Yin glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're formidable, and we were ignorant. We made a big deal out of nothing, so please forget it ever happened." Yang Yi smiled. "In the beginning, you thought I was easy to kill, so a few words of mine became a troubling thing to you, and it would become inner demons if you didn't kill me. Yet now that I'm stronger than you, there's no such thing?" Meng Yin fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shook his head. In the end, it was all because of strength. If you have sufficient strength, even if you slap a person or spit on a person, that person wouldn't be a problem. But if you don't have strength, even if you don't say a word, someone may kill you because they just don't like seeing you. As they say, the strong do as they please, and the weak accept their fate. Yang Yi gazed at Meng Yin when he spoke up to this point, and the latter transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. It only took an instant for her to enter Martial Emperor City. Meanwhile, Li Shuai suddenly asked, "Why didn't you stop her?" Yang Yi smiled. "Her death doesn't change anything for me. Moreover, too much killing will lead to addiction. I'm afraid that I'll get addicted." Li Shuai's face stiffened. "Aren't you afraid that she'll take revenge?" Yang Yi smiled. "Why don't you dare to take revenge?" Li Shuai's face stiffened again. Why? It was simple. She was no match for Yang Yi. That was just one reason. The other reason was that there was no irreconcilable enmity between them. Since it could be just de-escalated, why wouldn't she do that? Meanwhile, Yang Yi snapped his finger, and a ring flew over to him. It was Gao Yu's spatial ring. Yang Yi didn't take a glance at it before putting it away, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. However, Li Shuai suddenly said, "We're going to explore the secrets of a place. Do you want to come?" "No." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Li Shuai suddenly shouted, "There are originite there." Yang Yi stopped. Chapter 2057, Prehistoric Civilization. Chapter 2057, Prehistoric Civilization. Originite. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. His ultimate goal here was originite. Originite contained the techniques of the prehistoric civilization. While he had his own sword Dao, and he refused to take the path of another, learning from others was important. Perhaps there were geniuses in the world who made themselves, but Yang Yi wasn't one of them. He had to ceaselessly learn from the strong points of others to perfect himself. Li Shuai's lips curled into a smile when she saw Yang Yi stop, and she smiled like a sly little fox. She walked quickly over to Yang Yi and said, "I knew you wouldn't be willing to stay as a librarian." Yang Yi said, "Go on, tell me about it." Li Shuai naturally knew what Yang Yi meant, and she immediately smiled. There are two ways to get originite. The first is to obtain it through the academy. There are some in the academy, but they require student points, and the amount required is simply capable of arousing despair in us, because it costs 100,000 student points each. Based on my initial estimations, all the students in the entire academy may not have 100,000 points in total. Yang Yi gazed at her and waited for her to continue. She continued, "The other way is to find originite ourselves." Yang Yi asked, "Where?" She smiled. Prehistoric ruins. It's where the prehistoric civilization once resided, and it's most likely to contain originite. However, it's very dangerous, extremely dangerous. It isn't even rare for a sage to fall there. Yang Yi fell silent. He was thinking. Meanwhile, Li Shuai added, "So, want to try?" Yang Yi replied, "What would I do about the library?" She smiled. "That's easy. They'll help you find someone to take care of it." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to nod. "All right, shall we go now?" Li Shuai shook her head slightly. "Big sis Wei Yu, and I have to get prepared." "All right. Let me introduce both of you. This beauty by my side is Wei Yu. She'll be going with us." Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded slightly. She glanced at Yang Yi and nodded slightly too. Li Shuai smiled. "We'll meet again at this time tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the distance with Wei Yu. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. "So soon," a voice muttered softly. Yang Yi returned to the library, and he saw Tianxiu outside it. A sword was floating by her side. Tianxiu immediately ran over to Yang Yi when she saw him, and then she looked up at him and asked, "Are you leaving?" Yang Yi was quite surprised. "How did you know?" Tianxiu didn't speak and just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her little head. For a while. "What about me?" Tianxiu stared at him without blinking, and she quietly clenched her fists. Obviously, she was quite nervous. Yang Yi smiled. "They'll be taking you along, of course." He walked over to the stone table and sat down once he finished speaking. Tianxiu's fists relaxed, and a trace of an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. Yang Yi withdrew the spatial ring head gotten from Gao Yu and glanced through it. There were all sorts of things in it, but besides student points, there was nothing else that could catch his attention. Gao Yu had a total of 230 points. Yang Yi was quite disappointed because it was really quite little. However, it was better with nothing. Combined with the points head gained from Li Shuai, he had over 300 now. But an originite was 100,000 points. Yang Yi shook his head. Obviously, the academy wouldn't allow someone to get an originite that easily. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Tianxiu, who was looking at him while lying on his table. He smiled. "What is it?" Tianxiu thought for a moment and replied, "Why aren't you afraid of me?" Yang Yi smiled. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Tianxiu wanted to say something, but Yang Yi rubbed her head. "Tianxiu, I know you're not ordinary, but remember that we don't have to care about what others think in this world. So long as you have a clear conscience, then even if the world hates us, so what? In any case, we aren't relying on them to live." Tianxiu seemed to be thinking about Yang Yi's words as she laid there. Yang Yi didn't say anything else and just immersed his mind into the primordial pagoda. Time passed very quickly. The next day, Yang Yi left the library. In the starry sky, Yang Yi met Li Shuai and Wei Yu. Wei Yu smiled. "How punctual." Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go." They vanished into the distance. Li Shuai spoke as they traveled. "There are 7 known prehistoric ruins, and we can't go to 6 of them." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "Why?" Li Shuai smiled. "Because they are under the control of the 4 paths and some other mysterious forces. Of course, our academy is among them. However, we can't enter the ruins that belong to the academy. It can only be accessed at certain special times and with sufficient student points." Yang Yi asked, "Why hasn't anyone taken the final ruins?" Li Shuai smiled. "If they take everything and refuse to give others even a bit, they don't want to go too far, so they decided to keep the last one open to everyone. However, they emptied out the ruins before they did that." Yang Yi frowned. "Then why are we even going?" "To try our luck." Li Shuai smiled. "To see if they missed anything. After all, some people did find originite there in the past." Yang Yi looked up into the depths of space. All resources are always in their hands. Fairness? It wasn't that this world was devoid of fairness, but the fairness was only limited to certain scopes. Suddenly, Li Shuai said, "We've arrived." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked over. There was a huge white planet there, and when looked at from this angle, it was covered in cracks and seemed like it was on the verge of shattering. Besides that, space was trembling incessantly around it, and it seemed very unstable. Besides that, Yang Yi saw some remains, the remains of planets. They didn't float off into space and were just floating silently around the white planet. Yang Yi spoke softly. The prehistoric civilization really existed. Of course. Li Shuai spoke with certainty. The universe is boundless, so how could we possibly be the only civilization? Moreover, I think that there were definitely more civilizations before the prehistoric civilization. However, no civilization is eternal. Yang Yi gazed at her. Why? Because of greed. It wasn't Li Shuai who gave him this answer. It was Tian Xiu who was within the pagoda. Mother said that every civilization is taking from the universe without holding back, and taking too much equals to destruction. Only destruction can lead to new life. Yang Yi was shocked, and he asked, Tian Xiu, are these your own thoughts? Or? Tian Xiu replied softly, Mother told me. Tian Xiu's mother. Hey, are you listening to me? Meanwhile, Li Shuishui's voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. Let's go. Li Shuishui gnashed her teeth in anger when she heard him. They sped up, and it didn't take long for them to enter the white planar. Desolate. As soon as they descended to the ground, Yang Yi's first impression of it was that it was a desolate place. A gray sky that seemed like a storm was coming, just a few mountains within the scope of his vision, and extremely tall weeds all over the ground. Yang Yi gazed at Li Shuai, and the latter gazed at Wei Yu. Wei Yu glanced at the surroundings and withdrew a disc. A treasure-seeking disc. Li Shuai smiled and explained, it can locate treasures. Senior sister Wei Yu used almost 1,000 student points to get it. A few of us combined our points together to get it. Meanwhile, Wei Yu finally spoke, everyone can only use it for a day in a month. Today just happens to be my turn. As she spoke, she tapped the disc, and it didn't take long for it to spin and point its black needle at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless. Both Li Shuai and Wei Yu gazed at him. Tisk, tisk. Li Shuai sized up Yang Yi. You definitely have a lot of treasures, huh? So, you should be careful. Everyone here has something similar to see out treasures, so some may come looking for you. Yang Yi was about to speak when Wei Yu's expression suddenly changed slightly. Someone's coming. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He glanced at the surroundings but didn't notice anyone. Let's go. Wei Yu took Li Shuishui's hand and started fleeing. However, a green barrier of light suddenly rose up into the air around 30 m away from them, and it completely blocked off their way. After that, a woman in a green dress appeared before them. At the same time, a black-robed man suddenly appeared behind them. The black-robed man walked slowly in their direction. Students of Martial Emperor Academy. TSK, TSK. Such an unexpected gift. Chapter 2058 Who the fuck is that? Chapter 2058 Who the fuck is that? They were here to rob them. Yang Yi had instantly understood what was going on. They were about to be robbed. Li Shuai laughed coldly. You know we're from the Martial Emperor Academy, yet you still dare to act against us. You're quite brave. Is the Martial Emperor Academy that great? The black-robed man laughed coldly. I must admit that it's extraordinary, but it doesn't represent that all of you are extraordinary. Moreover, based on my knowledge of the Academy, if its students suffer any mishaps in the outside world, the Academy won't interfere at all. I wonder if I'm right. Li Shuai spoke coldly. Are you that confident? The black-robed man pointed at them and said, if I'm not wrong, you're in the Earth class at most, right? Yang Yi gazed at Li Shuai. The Earth class? Li Shuai explained. There's the Sky class, Earth class, Spirit class, and Mortal class in the Academy. Every single class is further divided into Group A, B, C, and D. Well, you and I are from Group B. Yang Yi spoke softly. I didn't know that. As he spoke, he looked up at the black-robed man and said, if I'm not wrong, you're here for Originite too. However, Originite is more far out of reach for the two of you, and robbing people works better, right? The black-robed man smiled. Yes. If luck gives me one, then I'll take it, but the people here. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved his hand. I'm not interested in wasting my breath with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared above his palm, and then a ray of light flashed. At the moment a sword appeared above Yang Ye's palm, the black-robed man's expression had changed drastically, and there was an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. Meanwhile, a ray of cold light had arrived before him. Defend. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then a thin green barrier of light appeared before the black-robed man's forehead. The tip of the sword stabbed against the barrier of light, causing it to sink in. However, it wasn't destroyed and even bounced Yang Ye's sword away. Yang Yi frowned and gazed at the woman. "You're from the spirit race." The woman glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent, but vigilance covered her face. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and was about to attack, but the black-robed man suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Yi asked, "What?" The black-robed man suddenly asked, "Are you Yang Yi?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. "How did you know?" A trace of shock flashed through both the man and the woman's eyes when they heard Yang Yi admit it. The black-robed man laughed bitterly. "So it really is you. We're from the spirit race." The spirit race. Yang Yi came to an understanding now. Besides the weapon path, he wasn't really famous in the other three paths, let alone Martial Emperor Academy. However, his reputation among the other races was huge. Did anyone among the other races not know Yang Yi? Meanwhile, the black-robed man cupped his fist at Yang Yi. "We apologize for what just happened. Brother Yang, we hope you can let bygones be bygones." Li Shuishui's eyes were filled with bewilderment when she witnessed this. "Isn't this a little too strange?" She gazed at Yang Yi. "Is he very famous among all the races?" Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man. While the black-robed man was apologizing, he seemed very vigilant and was afraid that Yang Yi would attack abruptly. Suddenly, the black-robed man added, "I have a piece of information that Brother Yang may be interested in. There's a ruin over 100,000 kilometers away from here, and it's very likely for a Originite to be there." Li Shuishui suddenly asked, "Then why haven't both of you gone there?" The man laughed bitterly. "Some people already have their eyes on that place, so going there without sufficient strength is no different than seeking death." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "I'm not trying to draw disaster upon you, but your strength should be sufficient to get something out of it." Li Shuishui gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you want to go?" Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go have a look." Li Shuishui pointed at the black-robed man and the woman. "What about them?" Yang Yi grinned. "What do you want to do to them?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Up to you." Yang Yi smiled. "Let's go." Kill them? If he used his full strength, he would naturally be able to accomplish that. However, he would definitely have to pay a price. Especially the woman in a green dress, her strength wasn't ordinary. So, it didn't benefit him to fight them to the death. Moreover, he didn't really trust Wei Yu and Li Shuishui, so he didn't want to expose too many of his trump cards before them. The black-robed man and the woman watched as Yang Yi and the others vanished into the distance. The black-robed man spoke solemnly. "I didn't expect him to be here." The woman spoke softly. "He has joined Martial Emperor Academy." The black-robed man laughed bitterly. "Our patriarch told us not to offend that malevolent existence, but I didn't really take him seriously. Now I know that our patriarch was right. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. Luckily, I recognized him just now. Otherwise, we may be dead by now." She asked, "Shall we go?" The man shook his head. "Of course we can't just go. Chaos is about to descend upon the world. We must try to get an Originite no matter what. Only an Originite can help our spirit race grow even stronger, and only then can we survive in the chaotic world that is about to come." The woman frowned slightly. "Is a single Originite that powerful?" The man replied solemnly, "It isn't just an Originite, it's an inheritance from a greater civilization. Otherwise, the sages and those extremely old experts wouldn't attach such importance to the prehistoric ruins." He looked up at the sky and continued, "Come on, let's go try our luck." They vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. "Were you very famous in the past?" Li Shuishui kept asking Yang Yi questions, causing him to have quite the headache. Li Shuishui asked another question. "Why did you come to Martial Emperor Academy and take the insignificant position of a librarian. Yang Yi stopped, looked at Li Shuishui's eyes, which were filled with curiosity, and then he said, "It's my own personal business, all right?" Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. He didn't have a good impression of Li Shuishui, and he even felt a little aversion instead. She hadn't held back at all when she attacked him that day, and any other ordinary person would have died that day. But Shed tried to take his life just for a small thing. Li Shuishui was livid when she saw Yang Yi act like that. She glared angrily at Yang Yi and said, "You think you're so great?" Wu Yu tugged Li Shuishui's arm gently and said, "He's not a kind person. Don't get too close to him, and don't get into conflict with him." Li Shuishui grunted coldly, "I don't want to get close to him. I was just curious." Wu Yu spoke softly, "Don't forget our objective." Li Shuishui's expression eased up quite a bit. "Of course I remember. Let's go." An hour later, they stopped. There was a huge circular building in front of Yang Yi and the others. It was round and extremely huge. It wasn't on the ground. It was floating in the air, and it seemed like an octopus. "What the heck is that?" Yang Yi frowned. Li Shuishui spoke softly, but she didn't sound very confident. "The residence of people from the prehistoric civilization?" Yang Yi suddenly looked towards the distance. There was a huge statue there. It was over 30 m tall, and it had its arms crossed while looking down slightly. "Come, let's go over and have a look." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shuishui's figure shot forward. Yang Yi followed her, and it only took a moment for them to arrive before the huge statue. There was a round platform at the bottom of the statue, and it was holding up the entire statue. Besides that, it was covered in some strange symbols. Wu Yu spoke softly, "That should be their writing system." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Are you able to read them?" Li Shuishui rolled her eyes at Yang Yi. "What do you think?" Yang Yi ignored her and gazed at the giant statue. It looked slightly like a human, but it was absolutely not human, because while it had the shape of a human, its nose, ears, and even hands and feet were different from humans. Is this how the people of the prehistoric civilization looked like? Yang Yi frowned slightly and felt quite curious and puzzled. He was curious about why such an advanced civilization vanished into the annals of history. Meanwhile, Li Shuishui suddenly said, "Let's go in and have a look." Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly looked towards the side. A young man had suddenly appeared there, and he was looking at them with a strange grin on his face. His grin made all of them feel quite uncomfortable. It was like a hunter eyeing his prey. The man suddenly asked, "Want to go in?" Yang Yi nodded, "Indeed." The man chuckled, and then he pointed at Li Shuishui and Wu Yu. "Make them accompany me for a night, and I'll let all of you in. All right?" Li Shuishui and Wu Yu's faces fell when they heard this. The man chuckled. "So? Of course, I won't refuse if you want to be with me for 2 nights instead of 1. Haha." Suddenly, Li Shuishui pointed at Yang Yi. "Do you know who he is?" The man gazed at Yang Yi. Li Shuishui spoke in an extremely serious tone. "He's Yang Yi, you know? He's Yang Yi." "Yang Yi?" The man frowned slightly. "Who the fuck is that? I've never heard of him." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2059, I Just Want to Kill. Chapter 2059, I Just Want to Kill. Li Shuishui gazed at Yang Yi. "He cursed you." "Shut up." Yang Yi glared at her, and then he gazed at the young man. The young man was about to speak when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The young man's expression changed slightly. He flipped his right palm, and a spear appeared in his grasp before sweeping down at Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the young man was pushed over 300 m back. Once he stopped himself, he glanced at his slightly numb arm before looking up at Yang Yi and smiling fiercely. "You have some ability." But, suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hand and swung his sword. Bang! The young man was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. This time, as soon as he stopped himself, a sword was against his neck. The young man stared at Yang Yi. "You?" Yang Yi gazed at the young man and spoke casually. "Do you know who Yang Yi is now?" The young man suddenly smiled. "You have some ability, but do you dare to kill me?" "I," hiss. The young man's head flew up into the air before he could even finish speaking. Yang Yi lowered his sword. After that, he glanced at the bloody head rolling towards the side and shook his head. The facts prove that I do dare. Unfortunately, you aren't able to hear it. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword as he spoke. Hiss! A ray of light flashed. Around 300 m away, the ray of light stopped, and it just stopped there like it was frozen in place. A moment later, a man in an embroidered robe appeared before them. The man glanced at the ray of light and said, "Your sword moved as you wish. Amazing indeed." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "There are few in Martial Emperor Academy who use the sword, and there are only two who are extremely strong. I just happen to know both of them, and you aren't any one of them." Yang Yi shook his head and looked towards the distance. "We want to go in and have a look. You don't have an objection, right?" The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "What if I do? Isn't that simple to resolve?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time, a ray of cold light appeared before the man's forehead. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he tapped his finger forward. It tapped against the tip of Yang Yi's sword, and it pushed Yang Yi and his sword backwards. However, Yang Yi twisted his right hand just a moment later. Bang! The man was blasted over 300 m back, and as soon as he stopped himself, another ray of light shot towards him. It was extremely swift and impossible to dodge, nor could he. Once he tried to dodge it, he would fall into a passive position in this battle. He restrained his thoughts and bent backwards slightly while stomping his right foot upwards. It kicked straight against Yang Yi's sword, causing Yang Yi's sword's stabbing motion to become an upward swipe. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly released his sword and stomped his left foot down. He relied on the counterforce which came from the space below him to launch a kick at the man. He wasn't being vicious. It was merely because the man's nether regions were the best place to strike in the man's current posture. The man hadn't expected Yang Yi's reaction to be so swift, and he naturally didn't dare to let Yang Yi's foot kick his nether regions. He immediately stomped his foot down and swung his other foot at Yang Yi. Bang! The man was blasted away, and long rifts cracked open in the space beneath his feet, obviously displaying how terrifying Yang Yi's kick had been. Yang Yi didn't stop. He appeared in front of the man again. This time, he didn't use his sword, and he just kicked at the man again. Bang! The space around them shook violently and seemed like an earthquake was running through it. The man's eyes narrowed slightly while ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He suddenly formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a ray of light swept out from the seal. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. Yang Yi glanced at his palm. At this moment, the skin there had been scorched black like coal. Yang Yi looked up at the man, and he saw faint golden flames covering the man's hands. It hadn't been a ray of light, but crimson gold flames that had hit Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head, and his hands had recovered to normal. The man's face fell at the sight of this. "How did you do that?" Yang Yi didn't say a word in response, and he just shot up into the sky, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot down at the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and flames burned in his eyes. A moment later, a pillar of fire shot up into the air. At the same time, crimson-red flames appeared around Yang Yi, making him seem like a descending meteor. Both flames slammed against each other. Boom! A wave of flames swept out, and the space there turned ethereal. Li Shui and Wei Yu hurriedly shot backwards, because even if they survived the powerful wave of flames, it would injure them. Both of those flames weren't ordinary. The sky had turned into an ocean of flames. No one noticed that the ocean of flames had enveloped the huge statue, but the statue was completely unharmed. The ocean of flames remained for an entire 15 minutes before vanishing. At this moment, Yang Yi and the man were still here. Based on their outward appearances, they were both fine. The man stared at Yang Yi. "What are those flames?" Yang Yi unfurled his fist, and there was a small flame floating there. A smile curled up on his face as he gazed at it. He hadn't used the divining flame for a very long time. It wasn't that the divining flame wasn't strong. It was because Head placed all his attention on his physical body and sword Dao. A pure pursuit. Regardless of whether it was the sword Dao or the physical body, they stressed upon purity. So, he rarely relied on external sources of strength, including the divine wings that could drastically improve his speed. He didn't even use the mysterious black talisman head taken from the weapon path's prediction line. While he didn't use it, it didn't represent that he wouldn't. A moment later, a pair of black wings appeared behind Yang Yi, and Yang Ye's figure immediately started floating. The sage rank. The man's expression became quite unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure vanished. The man's expression changed drastically, and then a wave of powerful energy assaulted his face. It instantly caused the man's face to warp. Two balls of flames suddenly blazed within the man's eyes, and then a wave of flames swept out from him. Boom! An explosion reverberated. An instant later, the man was blasted away while Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly as well. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop himself. Once he did, Yang Yi looked up at the man and was about to attack. However, another middle-aged man and beautiful woman in red clothes had appeared not too far away from him. They gazed at Yang Yi, and then a ray of red light and cold light instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi clenched both his fists and slammed them forward. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer back. Once he stopped himself, he waved his right hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he raised his right hand, and the tip of his sword started spinning rapidly against his palm. The middle-aged man and red-clothed woman seemed quite vigilant at this moment, and the space around them started to ripple. Obviously, they were accumulating strength. The battle would begin at any moment. Stop! Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and then a middle-aged man with a spear on his back appeared before them. The middle-aged man walked swiftly to Yang Yi, glanced at Yang Ye's sword, and said, "Young brother, you're probably here to enter that mysterious building and not to kill, right?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "I'm not here to kill, but others want to kill me." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man and woman in red clothes. "Brother Huang Yin, your son is fine. So this isn't necessary, right?" The middle-aged man glanced at the man in embroidered clothes. At this moment, he was still emanating faint flames, and his countenance was quite pale. However, his life wasn't in danger. He looked up at Yang Yi and was about to speak when the beautiful woman spoke abruptly. "Let it go? How can we?" She gazed at Yang Yi. "Han Yi, he injured my son, yet you want me to let it go? What? It doesn't hurt because it wasn't your son?" Han Yi frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly pointed at Yang Yi. "You want me to forget it? Sure, tell him to sever both his arms as compensation, and I will. Otherwise all of you will die." Suddenly, Yang Yi started walking in their direction. "I plan to just let it go. After all, I don't want to waste time here." But now, as he spoke, Yang Ye's face became quite vicious. "Now, I just want to kill." A sword howl resounded. Chapter 2060, Prehistoric Ruins. A sword howl resounded and Yang Ye's figure shot forward. He was already extremely swift, and coupled with the divine wings, his speed was so swift that everyone couldn't see him clearly. Powerful sword energy and extremely swift speeds tore open the space in Yang Ye's path. The woman and the middle-aged man's expressions became completely solemn at this moment. They'd realized that they'd far underestimated the young man before them. But they didn't have the time to think, because the sword energy had arrived before them. The middle-aged man, Huang Yin, took a small step forward and raised both his hands slightly. A moment later, he slapped them forward. Bang! A wave of powerful force swept forward. As soon as it came into contact with Yang Ye's sword energy, space shook violently while the powerful force of the collision pushed Huang Yin back repeatedly. Suddenly, the woman in red clothes stretched out her right hand, and a ray of red light flashed. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there was an extremely thin red string within the red light. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it in response. The red light was instantly sliced into two, but the red string was still there. Moreover, it had arrived before Yang Yi, and seemed to be about to shoot straight through Yang Ye's chest. This caught Yang Yi off guard. The red string had stopped just half an inch before Yang Ye's chest because Yang Yi was holding tightly to it. However, The powerful energy it carried caused Yang Yi's entire arm to tremble. Explode! The woman's voice resounded. Boom! The red thread in Yang Yi's grasp exploded apart, and Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. However, the woman's face fell because Yang Yi was fine. A huge, ethereal white dragon had appeared behind Yang Yi, and his body was covered in white light. The force of the explosion from the red thread had been completely blocked off by the white light. The woman wasn't the only one with an unsightly expression on her face. It was the same for Huang Nian. He hadn't expected the young man's physical strength to be that formidable. As for the middle-aged man with a spear on his back, a wisp of surprise had flashed through his eyes, and there was curiosity in his eyes as he gazed at the ethereal dragon behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi cracked his neck, and then he took a step forward. Dozens of swords instantly appeared here, and as soon as Yang Yi took another step forward, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. The middle-aged man and the woman were at the major Zen realm, so he couldn't deal with both of them without revealing a trump card of his. As soon as the sword domain and those energy swords appeared, the middle-aged man and woman's faces finally changed. Even Hani had undisguised shock in his eyes. The sword domain. At their level of cultivation, they naturally knew about the sword domain and had even seen some other domains. But the sword domain was quite rare. Yet now, they hadn't expected to see it being possessed by such a young man. At this instant, the woman felt slight regret. She regretted not making concessions. If she had, they wouldn't have to fight to the death now. Moreover, since the young man possessed such strength at his age and had even comprehended the sword domain, it was obvious that an extraordinary organization stood behind him. In short, it was a huge problem for them. But at this moment, they didn't have the time to think about that because they had to deal with Yang Yi's swords. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. As soon as his eyes were fully shut, the over 30 ethereal swords in the surroundings suddenly started to spin. In an instant, rays of light crisscrossed and enveloped both the middle-aged man and beautiful woman in an instant. Explosions resounded from within the rays of light, and it continued for almost 15 minutes before they gradually vanished. Yang Yi appeared before Li Shueishui and Wei Yu again, and they heaved slight sighs of relief when they saw that he was still alive. It wasn't that they cared a lot about him, but they were with him right now, and they would definitely be unable to escape a terrible fate if Yang Yi died. Huang Nian and the woman were still in front of Yang Yi, and they were alive, but they were heavily injured. Huang Nian's arms were gone, and the woman was worse. Her entire body was covered in dozens of injuries, and half her face was gone. She wasn't beautiful anymore now, and she looked quite terrifying instead. However, Yang Yi had no intention of stopping. He held his sword in hand as he walked slowly in their direction. Meanwhile, the young man who fought Yang Yi earlier, the son of Huang Nian and the woman, suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. What will it take to make you stop? Yang Yi gazed at the woman. Didn't she want my arms? Now, it'll take her life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack again. But Han Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Han Yi sized up Yang Yi and said, "Please show mercy." Yang Yi looked Han Yi in the eyes. "Give me a reason." Han Yi grinned. "Didn't you want to head inside? We'll let you go in. Is that enough?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Can you stop me?" "Of course." Han Yi smiled. "There are 23 major Zen realm experts here, and a half-step Sage realm expert. Do you think that you can fight all of us?" Meanwhile, Li Shueishui suddenly asked, "There are so many experts here?" Han Yi nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Yi. "Young brother, we're all here for Originite or some other things, so it isn't necessary to fight to the death. Brother Huang Yin's family are in the wrong for what happened earlier, so I apologize on their behalf. Now, I officially invite all 3 of you to join us and search for those mysterious Originite. I wonder if you're willing to do that?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled, of course. Yang Yi put his sword away. Actually, Head sensed numerous powerful auras in the surroundings from the very beginning. He was naturally not afraid of them, but while he wasn't afraid, it didn't represent that he had to fight them to the death. He hadn't fought Huang Nian and the woman because he felt unhappy. Yang Yi wasn't that petty. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. had mainly done so to display his strength and obtain their acknowledgement. Only then would they allow him, Li Shui, and Wei Yu to join them. Now, had accomplished his objective. As for Huang Yan's family, he didn't care about them at all. It was extremely difficult for major Zen realm experts to kill him, because the physical defense he gained from utilizing the Sky Dragon was sufficient to throw many major Zen realm experts into despair. Huang Nian and his family clearly heaved sighs of relief when they heard that Yang Yi was willing to stop. If Yang Yi refused, then while they wouldn't die because Han Yi and the others wouldn't just stand by idly, they would be unable to avoid being kicked out from the group. Han Yi walked over to Yang Yi. "Young brother, what's your name?" Yang Yi replied, "Yang Yi." Han Yi nodded. "Come, let me tell you about this place." It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot, and Han Yi led them to the entrance of the place. There were over a dozen people here, and the weakest amongst them was at the major Zen realm. All of them gazed at Yang Yi's group when they arrived, or to be more precise, they were looking at Yang Yi. All of them nodded slightly as a form of greeting when Yang Yi gazed at them. They'd naturally witnessed the battle just now. It was naturally easy for those with strength to be acknowledged by others. Yang Yi nodded slightly in response as well. That was how he did things. If others respected him, he would respect them too. Human relationships were a mutual thing. Han Yi pointed towards the distance. "See that?" Yang Yi looked over. He saw a huge circular iron door, and it was the entrance to the building before him that seemed like a huge top. Yang Yi asked, "It can't be opened?" Han Yi shook his head. "It can, but we dare not go in." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Han Yi explained, "Because anyone who goes in will just die mysteriously. A few of us have already gone in, and all of them vanished without a trace. Moreover, we heard their horrified cries before they died." Yang Yi asked, "There's something in there?" Han Yi laughed bitterly. "We know nothing about what's in there. However, we must go inside soon. Otherwise, it may vanish soon." "Vanish?" Yang Yi gazed at Han Yi. "Why?" Han Yi explained, "It vanishes from time to time, and then it reappears somewhere else. We don't know why it does that. This planet isn't huge, but it isn't tiny either. So, if it vanishes, it will take quite a bit of effort for us to find it again. Moreover, the Four Paths and some other mysterious organizations may have sent their forces by now. Once they arrive and uncover the secrets of this secret realm, then there won't be anything left for us." He took a deep breath and continued, "Now, we're planning to make one last attempt." Yang Yi asked, "How?" Han Yi looked up into the distance. "Break through by force and not go through the front door." Yang Yi looked off into the distance. As he gazed at the huge building before him, Yang Yi felt quite uncomfortable. He sensed danger. The prehistoric civilization? All of this was left behind by the people of the prehistoric civilization. What was their civilization in the martial Tao like? Perhaps many answers are hidden in there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2061, Stellar Map of the Universe. Their plan was to attack together and break open a gap in the mysterious ruins. All of the others had no objections towards that idea. The top. They'd chosen the top of the ruins as their path in. Over a dozen extraordinary experts arrived in the sky above the mysterious ruins, and when looking at it from high above, the mysterious ruins seemed like a huge plate. Han Yi spoke while standing before all of them. "Everyone, it's risky. So does anyone want to withdraw?" They shook their heads. How could they possibly withdraw at a time like this? If they tried, it may change their lives. Han Yi nodded slightly. "Let's attack it together." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear on his back shook violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot downwards. At the same time, the others attack as well. Rays of light shot down from the sky and slammed against the top of the mysterious ruins. Boom! The top of the ruins exploded open, and a huge hole appeared before them. All of them exchanged glances, but none dared to go in. Meanwhile, Han Yi suddenly said, "Let's go down there together." They nodded to display that they had no objections. A moment later, all of them shot into the ruins. Darkness. An expanse of darkness. As soon as they entered the ruins, only darkness greeted them, and they couldn't see anything with their eyes. Extreme vigilance covered all their faces. Hiss. Suddenly, a ball of flames arose here. As soon as the flames appeared, they were able to see the surroundings. Pitch-black walls covered the surroundings, and there were strange pictures drawn on them. What are these? Li Shui spoke softly while standing by Yang Ye's side. It looks like a starry sky. Yang Yi gazed at the walls. Sure enough, it was just as she said. It was like numerous expanses of outer space drawn on the walls. Look! Li Shui pointed at the walls. Every single one of them is a different expanse of outer space. Because the mysterious ruins were extremely huge, the walls around them were huge too. Every single wall was at least 100 m tall and 30 m wide. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that there were at least 100 expanses of outer space drawn on the walls. What are all of these? The same question had appeared in all their minds. Li Shui's eyes suddenly opened wide as she seemed to have discovered a secret. The others noticed the unusual change in her expression, so they gazed at her. At the same time, Hani smiled. Little girl, have you noticed something? Li Shui's eyes rolled about. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke solemnly. If you've noticed something, then tell us. Li Shui clearly intended to play some tricks. But if she did that, she would definitely die. After all, was anyone here a weakling? It would be fine if she was strong. Unfortunately, Wei Yu and her could be described as the weakest in their group. It was even to the extent that if it wasn't for Yang Yi, Hani wouldn't have even invited them into the group. Wei Yu spoke solemnly as well. Tell us about it. Obviously, Shed thought of more than what Li Shui had considered. Hani glanced at Yang Yi and Wei Yu, and then he smiled. After that, he gazed at Li Shui. Meanwhile, Li Shui seemed to have realized something, and she stopped trying to play tricks. She pointed at the pictures on the walls and said, Seniors, take a look at them. Is there something unusual about them? All of them gazed at the pictures, but bewilderment still filled their eyes. Hani gazed at Li Shui and smiled. Little girl, stop beating around the bush. We're all getting anxious. So be frank. Li Shui nodded. I've seen the map of our large universe in Martial Emperor Academy's library. Experts once used their supreme strength to form a miniature of our large universe. She pointed at the picture in the distance. That's our large universe. Everyone gazed at the picture she pointed at, and so did Yang Yi. Shocked. They were extremely shocked. If Li Shui was telling the truth, then all of the other pictures were stellar maps. So didn't that mean that there were countless other universes like this large universe they were in? Moreover, some of the stellar maps were even larger than the stellar map of their large universe. There were too many here. Suddenly, one of them said, There's a passageway down there. Everyone here was pulled out of their thoughts and looked towards the passageway. It was an expanse of pitch black, so they couldn't see anything in there at all. Someone asked, Are we going down there? Hani spoke solemnly, of course. Otherwise, wouldn't we have done all of this for nothing? Someone asked, Who's going first? Hani glanced at the person who asked that question. Everyone. I'm very well aware that all of you want someone else to see if there's danger down there while you just benefit. If all of you think like that, then it's obvious that this trip of ours will end with all of us going home empty-handed. He glanced at them and continued, We'll go down together. Anyone have any objections? Even though they had their own plans, they weren't short-sighted people. So, they were naturally well aware that if they engaged in internal strife now, then it would obviously end just like how Hani had predicted. They would have to go home empty-handed. Even if they had to engage in internal strife, they could only do so after their group found an originite or some other precious treasure. Internal strife. All of them knew very well that this alliance was only temporary. Meanwhile, Li Shui suddenly said, What do we do with the pictures on those walls? All of them fell silent. They were very well aware that those pictures weren't ordinary. They were the maps of countless universes. So, even if those maps were useless to them, the maps would definitely fetch a good price in the outside world. For example, the Martial Emperor Academy and the Four Paths would definitely want them. Everyone gazed at Hani because he was their leader right now. Hani thought for a while and replied, "Everyone, I suggest that we leave them there." Someone immediately asked, "Why?" Hani glanced at that person. "You may be able to take it, but will you be alive to enjoy it?" The Four Paths, Martial Emperor Academy, and those mysterious organizations are definitely aware of this ruin, and they'll definitely find out about the stellar maps here. At that time, do you think they'll let those maps escape their grasp? Or do you think that you'll be able to escape their pursuit? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. That person's lips twitched. Obviously, he was quite unwilling to just leave them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at Han Yi. He's quite extraordinary. After all, Han Yi was able to think straight when facing such great temptation, and he didn't even try to be hopeful. It was very rare for someone to possess such wisdom and mentality. Meanwhile, Han Yi added, "I'm sure that the memory all of you possess is sufficient to remember all of these pictures, if you wanted to, right?" Their eyes lit up. "Yeah, we can just commit all of them to memory. In that way, we'll benefit while avoiding trouble." All of them glanced at the surroundings and committed all the pictures to memory. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and committed them to memory too. It was a waste not to because they may come in handy in the future. Around 15 minutes later, everyone had committed all the maps to memory. "Let's go." As soon as he said that, Han Yi started floating down slowly. All of the others followed closely behind him. A ball of flames descended along with them. It didn't take long for them to sense a strand of cold energy, and they grew even more vigilant. Thump! They'd finally reached the ground. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The light from the flames couldn't stretch far into the surroundings, so they were merely able to see the people around them. Crack! Suddenly, a clear sound came from the side, and then it resounded once more. It didn't take long for a ray of white light to appear far away from them. A door. They saw a door appear there. They exchanged glances, and Hani spoke solemnly, "Be careful." They nodded and walked towards the door. A sword soundlessly appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. His instinct told him that something bad was about to happen. Right when all of them were around 15 m away from the door, an ear-piercing screech came from it. In an instant, their eardrums were shattered and blood instantly sprayed out of their ears. Yang Yi was in a comparatively better state because his body was sufficiently strong and had been able to resist the ear-piercing screech. However, it wasn't comfortable for him either. It felt like needles were stabbing his head. But that wasn't the end of it. The head of someone near Yang Yi, the third person to Yang Yi's right, had exploded apart, and blood and brain matter instantly sprayed all over. Once that person's head exploded, another person's head exploded before the others could even recover from their shock. This sudden turn of events had caught all of them off guard. However, they reacted extremely swiftly and immediately shot backwards. However, during this process, the heads of others were still exploding incessantly, causing blood and brain matter to spray without end. It was an extremely bloody scene. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed because he felt like his head was actually about to explode. What the heck? Yang Yi was shocked, and he immediately raised his sword and swung it forward. Hiss! A ray of brilliant sword energy flashed. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, boom! The surroundings shook violently like an earthquake was running through the area. Yang Yi's eyes opened wide while threads of blood filled them. Suddenly, a blood-red hand pressed down on Yang Yi's head. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.